and the package with the street for the bonds. We think that's where it belongs. And I'd be remiss if I didn't finish up by saying that I want the Civic Center to stay on everybody's radar. I think they call it the Civic Center / Convention Center because Lubbock is of the size and location that there will be demands on that. I will tell you, I just left a meeting at Buddy Holly Hall, and things are opening up. And there's a lot of interest in groups that want to perform at Buddy Holly Hall. And the problem is going to be in the beginning of 2022 is finding a schedule to accommodate all the performers and all the shows that want to be performed at Buddy Holly Hall in Lubbock. So the traffic will be there. We will have a definite interest in downtown Lubbock. Any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. We appreciate both your work and the TIF board's work
And I'd be
downtown.
remiss if I didn't tell you that I represent the TIF and the board is in full agreement.
Thank you.
Unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you. It's good to know that we're going to have something other than comedians coming to Buddy Holly Hall. Some of us that spend enough time at Citizens Tower think we have enough comedy in our life already. And so we're looking forward to some music to supplement the symphony and the ballet. Okay. Item 2 begins our work session items. The first one of those is item
Mayor.
2.1.
Mayor.
Ma'am, we have I'm sorry.
If we do have some written
we have some
comments.
written ones. I knew that, and I've been told twice. Okay.
Thank you.
We actually have three written that came in via email. It came in a timely fashion as required by our meeting rules. So Courtney, would you please read those to us?
Yes, sir. The first one is from Nicholas Bergfield. Mayor Pope and members of the City Council, thank you for the opportunity to provide public comment. My name is Nicholas Bergfield, and I recently moved into a back house or accessory dwelling unit on the 2300 block of 23rd Street in one of the only neighborhoods currently allowed to have mixed-use zoning, tailored residential parking policy, and residential density, Tech Terrace. On item 2.3, discussing selection for the consultants to create the Parks, Recreation, and Open Spaces Master Plan, it is important to make sure that the consultants are empowered to make recommendations for how green space can play a role in economic revitalization of older neighborhoods. This master planning process cannot be like what has happened with the Unified Development Code, where a new and better zoning is being made available to new subdivisions while zoning and codes reform for already built communities is excluded. The consultants in that process have repeatedly said that only zoning reform for downtown and not any other portion of Central, East, or North Lubbock was in their purview. This devastating omission continues to place Old Lubbock at a distinct disadvantage for economic activity, which is further segregating our city. With the Parks Master Plan, let's embrace revitalization from the beginning. Let's acknowledge the powerful virtuous cycles public investments in green space has in stabilizing and increasing private property value. Green space done strategically generates a rate of return in property taxes. Our neighborhoods across the city are in need of community assets badly. The recommendations in the previous park plan on increasing neighborhood level parks was entirely ignored. Lubbock should empower the consultants to search for ways city policy can promote green spaces like community gardens and edible food forests and front yards. For city policies related to green space, we need to catalog and not just remove as many barriers as possible, but understand how policy can promote local green ingenuity. Every part of Lubbock needs an improvement in their green space, whether it be increasing the robustness of our tree canopy or needing a neighborhood park within walking distance. I hope that you will empower these consultants to do the needed work and that we have the courage to pay for those recommendations when the time comes. The next comment is from Joshua Shankles. Council, my name is Joshua Shankles and I live in the 2600 block of 47th Street. As we undertake the Parks, Recreation, and Open Spaces Master Planning process, let me begin by thanking you all for the enthusiasm and optimism with which you have approached this process. A robust investment in green space would be transformative for our city if it helps create the kind of live, work, play environments all people desire. But before we begin, let me take the time to remind you that we're not starting from scratch. In many ways, we must begin by digging ourselves out of a hole. The concentration of Lubbock's heavy industry, heavy transportation, polluters, closed schools, waste processing, and underdeveloped land into Lubbock's minority and older neighborhoods has many negative health effects for their residents and creates mighty headwind to the revitalization efforts to which we must commit. Parks, gardens, urban tree canopy, urban farming, and other green spaces are a powerful, cost-effective tool to remedy these deleterious effects. Robust green spaces create an economic stabilization effect on the property value and desirability of the neighborhood they inhabit. Farther, they are important remediation tools for the negative effects of air, water, light, trash, and noise pollution suffered most acutely by the neighbors of their producers, but indeed problematic for our whole city as pollution rarely stays put in its origin. My hope is that this council will empower the consultants and supervisory boards to create and/or bring forward policy and project recommendations that will prioritize addressing these conditions. For instance, the city owns a fair amount of land surrounding some of these industrial sites, much of which within the 100-year floodplain, thus virtually useless for other development that could be devoted to environmental easement in the form of green space. Another shovel-ready project of merit is the Roots Historical Arts Council East Side Gateway Park, which would be an engine for the revitalization for that area. With its innovative and creative design, an asset for our whole city. As has been the case with so many recent policy decisions, let's not leave tools on the table when we could leave our green spaces and play in them too. This one is from Marissa DeWolf, and she lives at 94 Indiana. What exciting work you, along with the Park and Rec Board, are doing for our city. The Parks Master Plan is something my family and our neighbors are very excited about. The public outdoor green spaces around Lubbock have brought so much joy to being in Lubbock since my family moved here from Austin about 3 years ago. Thank you so much for the important work of beautifying life for all of us here. Since leaving the vibrant arts and culture scene of Austin, I was seeking out art and culture in Lubbock when I stumbled upon the Cavill Museum and learned about the East Lubbock Gateway Garden Project. I was blown away at the huge potential of this project and what it would bring to Lubbock. Please consider the East Lubbock Gateway Garden as you make plans for bettering Lubbock through our public green spaces. This garden park could be a cultural destination and a connector that would bring beauty through nature and art. Similar to Austin, Texas's art festivals in the historic and diverse East Side section of their city, the Gateway Garden could be a sparkling feature for Lubbock's First Friday Art Trail and a vibrant, popular attraction for tourists and locals alike. This community-led garden park project has been underway for years, but came to a halt when a main organizer passed away. Tom's Tree Place and Acme Brick are already signed on as majority supporters, and the Gateway Garden Project is well on its way. What's needed now is the support for the city to bring to its completion. What a perfect time to bring it aboard the Parks Master Plan. Because the Gateway Garden Project already has a motivated group of citizens and local businesses ready to do the work and is already planned out, including zoning clearance, a well water source to keep trees and plants watered, and huge, impressive, ready to install pieces of art. This can be a straightforward gold star for the city of Lubbock to add to the Parks Master Plan. As our leaders, you could take pride in bringing a ready-made Gateway Garden Park to life in Lubbock, and with it, neighborly goodwill, art, and culture. Please consider the East Lubbock Gateway Garden. Thank you. That concludes all of the written comments that were submitted.
Thank you, Ms. Paz, for reading those. I appreciate it. Thanks for catching me before we went right past it all. Okay. We will now move to, we've got so many presentations today. I got to get back to my agenda. Okay, our first item is a presentation from LPNL leadership regarding the transition to ERCOT. To set this up and to maybe provide a couple comments as to remind council what we're going to be hearing here and in executive session is I want to ask the city manager to make a comment. Mr. Atkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, City Council. We will hear a presentation momentarily from Mr. David McCullough, our Director of Electric Utilities. He's going to go ahead and come on up. Would remind council, you do have a number of Lubbock Power and Light items that are set for your executive session agenda. They are the lawful items which can be considered and discussed in executive session. If you have questions that are related during David's presentation here, if you have questions that are related to any of those postings on the executive session, you might want to hold those and we'll pick them up in executive. With that, Mr. McCullough, if you would take us through some big and exciting changes on the way.
Afternoon. Good to see you, Mr. McCullough.
Rain coming later this week, so that's good news as well.
Very good.
Let's see if I can get the slides to advance here. There we go. Okay, so we are less than 2 months away from ERCOT integration, and we've been working on this since 2015, as you all know. So it's really exciting to be this close to the finish line, and we're looking forward to it. Our substation and transmission line construction is nearing completion. Of course, Encore is our primary partner building the bulk of the facilities, and their projects are all on track. LP&L capital projects are also nearing completion. We've got a multitude of projects that have been completed. We've got a handful of projects left that we're finishing up to be ready to flip the switch, as they say. And good news, our 115 kV voltage conversion project and program is complete. We finished that up last week with the last substation. So, we had envisioned a 115 kV outer loop and a 69 kV inner loop, and that facility is now complete and in service. So we're excited about that. And I'm really proud of the substation, the operations, the production folks that all worked on that, executing that plan and bringing it in safely and reliably and without incident and ahead of schedule. So we've still got a number of tasks underway with ERCOT. There's still a number of certifications that we have to complete, models, testing, communications links. We've got telemetry to test out. We've got metering to test out. We've got simple things like a telephone line. The hotline to ERCOT still has to be configured and tested. So working through those tasks. I always call it the hotline, but bat phone's probably a good term for it too. So cutover plan has been developed and shared with ERCOT, Southwest Power Pool, and also with the interconnected transmission entities. And just last Friday, ERCOT had reviewed the plan, and they have now approved our plan and the schedule for the cutover. So our plan is to perform a substation by substation cutover on the Saturday, May 29th and Sunday, May 30th. That's Memorial Day weekend. The reason we selected that weekend in particular is that it's a 3-day weekend, first of all. So if we need an extra day, if we run into problems, we've got a little extra time there. It doesn't interfere with normal Monday through Friday business activity, school activity, and things like that. Obviously, there's no perfect time to do something like this, interrupt service to 70% of your customers for a brief period of time, but we felt like this was the best time to do it. Our loads are typically down on the weekends, and with this being a holiday weekend, it's helpful to have reduced loads while you're doing these transfers. So as I said, our affected load customers, which is about 70% of our customers that are being transferred from SPP to ERCOT, will experience a brief outage. Our goal is to keep those outages no longer than 30 minutes. If we run into problems, it may take a little longer. If things work very well, it may be a little shorter. So 30 minutes is kind of our target time for having these substations switched over. And the reason this is necessary is because the Southwest Power Pool system and the ERCOT system are not synchronized. So you've got systems that, they're all 60 hertz, but the 60 hertz sine waves don't line up on the two systems. So there's no way to connect them, do a hot load transfer. You've got to take it down from one system and then bring it back up on the other. So a plan is being developed, communications plan is being developed, which you'll hear more about here in a little bit. Mr. Rose will go through that with you. So due to issues related to the February winter storm, there have been some suggestions that we should consider a pause or not integrating with ERCOT. And I guess the decision to pursue integration in ERCOT was made a long time ago. It was made based on the benefits that we saw in the ERCOT market compared to what we had in the SPP market, and benefits that we could not achieve if we stayed in the SPP market. And beyond the ability to provide an affordable and diverse energy portfolio, joining ERCOT would allow us to pursue bringing retail choice competition back to Lubbock like we had for many years. And so I want to talk a little bit about the impacts of such a delay. There are significant impacts associated with delay or permanent halt in integration. Financial expenditures related to the construction of the transmission infrastructure are significant. And those costs have been borne over the last couple of 2 or 3 years to facilitate our entry into ERCOT. And so there would be some stranded investment in transmission infrastructure that would not be something that could be used if we stayed in SPP. The auto transformers, the tile lines, the substations that have been made. So there'd be some stranded investment that couldn't be reused if we were to stay in SPP. There'd also be a loss of a transmission revenue stream that we're really counting on to help pay for these significant dollar cost of assets that we've built, and already have an approved rate through the SOA that we can begin charging effective June 1st. So it's important that we receive that revenue stream to support the investment. I'm sorry.
What is SOA?
SOA is the State Office of Administrative Hearings. That's it goes to SOA first, and then they've actually already referred the case to Public Utility Commission, but in the meantime, they approved a rate that we can begin charging June 1st. So we've also began acquiring a significant amount of energy hedges for our load. You can't wait till the last minute and buy what you need in ERCOT. So we've been layering in some hedges using kind of a dollar cost averaging approach. And so those would have to be unwound, and not sure whether you would recover all the costs that you paid for those contracts. If you sold them, we might come out all right. We might lose some money on that. And we don't have power supply contracts in Southwest Power Pool for the affected load after May 31st. You know, we've had the bridge contract that took us from the total requirements contract up to May 31st of 2021. We don't have contracts for the affected load that cover us after that time. And then our firm transmission service in Southwest Power Pool also terminates May 31st, 2021 as well. So we would have to plug that hole somewhere or another. So what are the risks of going forward? I wanted to talk about that a little bit. At the present time, we've been following the legislative activity that's going on. There's been a ton of hearings and some legislation that's moving forward with regard to changes that they're going to make to ERCOT, to the Public Utility Commission, to the Railroad Commission. There's all sorts of legislative changes. We're not, we've been following it. Not sure exactly what will be the final say on all of those changes, but the good news is it appears that the fundamental market that attracted us to ERCOT is going to remain intact. The energy-only market, which is different than what we've got in the Southwest Power Pool, appears to be going to remain. I haven't seen any bills that would change that structure. Another thing that's helpful is the Senate Bill 3, which is the omnibus bill that addresses a lot of the issues with the market. Looks like the price cap, the high price cap of $9,000 will remain, but it looks like they intend to limit that during periods of disaster to no more than 12 hours of a continuous period. I know during the February event, there was about a 72-hour period when the prices were at the cap. So they've limited exposure, which is good for market participant load serving entities like us, that reduces our risk in the market. So the largest risk to me appears to be the potential uplift to market participants from short paid amounts. There were some defaults in February from entities that couldn't pay their bill because of the high market prices that extended for such a long period of time. The good news is the current protocols would not assign any of that uplift to Lubbock. So we think we're in a good position there, because the way they base the formula for uplift is it's based on the market activity in the month prior to the month when the defaults occurred. So since we weren't active in the ERCOT market in January, it appears that we would be exempt from any uplift. And we're gonna follow up on that, see if we can verify that with our legal counsel. There has been a number of legal activities taken that would require mandatory weatherization of generating units. And we think that's a good thing that would add to the reliability of the grid. You know, that basically 50% of the generators were not able to continue to run for various reasons, most of it related to the cold weather. And so there's going to be mandatory weatherization that should improve the winter reliability of the grid. In addition, there's going to be improved natural gas and electric utility coordination. So I know there were problems when we had rotating outages. There were some critical gas facilities that were interrupted. And so the idea is to identify all of those critical facilities and avoid interrupting that, because you kind of shoot yourself in the foot when you do that. So the LP&L staff view is that we believe the benefits. Question?
Yes, sir. I've got a question.
Yes, sir.
On the reliability, who's overseeing this?
Who's overseeing reliability?
Yes.
Well,
All these changes that they're doing, so it'll be more reliable in case another ice storm, snowstorm comes in.
right.
Who's taking care of that? Who's the oversight?
Okay, so there's a number of entities that are going to be responsible for the weatherization activities that are in the bill. Electric Liability of the Council of Texas has some role in that. They've got, there's going to be inspectors that will have to go out and investigate and inspect the plants to make sure they've got adequate weatherization. Public Utility Commission has ultimate authority over the ERCOT and electric generating utilities. And so one thing they've done, Mr. Chavez, is they put some teeth in this mandatory requirement, and there's fines and penalties if you don't perform, if you don't meet the requirements that are in this law. So I think, you know, after the 2011 event, there were similar programs issued, but there weren't mandatory requirements. There weren't penalties and fines that were included in that bill. So they've changed that. So there's some risk to the generators if they don't do the things that are required.
Okay, because that seems to be the question right now, the prevailing question. What's to prevent this from happening again?
Right.
Now the commission is taking charge and actually putting some teeth behind it.
Right.
Because once you put a dollar sign on it, people tend to listen.
Yes, sir. And I think the legislature will be actively watching this as well to make sure that the laws that they pass are getting enforced and carried out. There's also a new coordinating body that's being created that will pull together the Railroad Commission, which manages the natural gas facilities, Public Utility Commission that regulates the electric utilities, so that there's close coordination there and cooperation.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mayor.
Yes, sir. Good question. Okay, so, you know, LP&L staff view is that we still believe the benefits of integrating with ERCOT continue to outweigh the known risks that I've identified here for halting the integration. And we are continuing our efforts to integrate into ERCOT consistent with the electric utility boards and the city council's prior direction. Are there any other questions before I turn it over to Mr. Rose?
Ms. Joy.
Mr. McCalla, how many miles of distribution lines have been built in connection with this project by LP&L?
The project, or the option 4OW facilities that were approved to the commission several years ago is about 140 miles of 345 kV transmission facilities. We've got the 115 kV tile lines. We've got the lines that we built within our system, like the Northwest McKenzie transmission line that would be in addition to that. So probably close to 200 miles altogether have been constructed.
Thank you.
Mr. Rose, we've been working on a communications plan, because obviously when we go into the cutover and we're interrupting customers on that May 29th and May 30th, we want to communicate in advance We've had some internal meetings with city officials and city groups, and we'll have some more of those as well. But want to identify all the critical loads and the critical facilities and make sure that we're having direct communications with them. But Mr. Rose is going to talk about our overall communications plan for the city.
Thank you, Mr. McCullough. Good evening, Mr. Rose, or good afternoon.
How are you?
We're great. If you could keep your comments to 10 minutes, that would allow us to have a little Q&A time before we go to our next topic.
I will do my best.
Thank you, sir.
I want to walk through, as David mentioned, I want to walk through what we've been working on in terms of building out a communications plan heading into this Memorial Day cutover. Obviously, we've been doing a lot of communicating about ERCOT over the past 6 years. Even this year, just since the first of the year, I've done several news stories talking and reintroducing this idea that we're moving to ERCOT. And with the winter storm, it brought a lot of attention to it. So there's people paying attention, but as we go forward, we need to get into the details about what this actually means for customers as we make this transition. So starting with our own media communications channels, obviously we're going to start with our website first, and I'll show you some pictures of what we're taking a look at here. But it starts with lpnl.com on our front page, having right there on the front scroll something that indicates that this is where you go to get all your information about ERCOT in this transition. Right underneath that, we've been working to develop a tool where a customer can go and type in their meter number, and it will not only tell them if they are affected or not affected, but will populate a 4-hour time window estimation for when they will be affected. I think that's a really important key to the communications channels. And hopefully, if we can get enough promotion on that, it will keep folks from bottling up the call center when they hear this news calling in saying, am I or am I not? But this tool is also something that we can give to the customer service reps when somebody calls in, that they can take a look at the account, the meter number, and give them the information relatively quickly. And then on our website, having a dedicated ERCOT page, we already have that today, but transforming that so that it has more information up front about the cutover. But then as they read further, it has FAQs and information about how we got to today. We'll also be using social media, as we do a lot, Facebook and Twitter, and really beginning on May 1st, our social media will continuously inform people of what's going on, but also direct them to the website for more information. So as I mentioned, this is our web page here, our website. If you see that advanced meters box up top, that is one of the items that's on the scroll currently. So we'll replace that with an ERCOT facing message up front, but that scrolls. And so we want to make sure that people can still access it. So we're working to try to get something more fixed, but right underneath that box, we're going to have a dedicated set item there where that's where people can type in their number. So before you even go to the ERCOT page, right up front on the website, front and center, you can load your meter information in there and get information back about when you're affected and if you're affected. An example of our social media post here, again, you can see we just remind folks of what's going on, but then in every single one of these posts, we're going to embed this searchable tool. So as this lives on social media for 30 days and keeps bouncing around, people can go right there to do the research, but then also click through and it'll take them right to our ERCOT dedicated page for more information.
Mr. Rose, when do you expect you'll have that search capability up and live?
Right now, we finished building it, we're testing it, and I'm hoping it's something that we can get up within a week or so, but I want to make sure and fully vet it before we get it up there. We're going to be loading things onto the website continuously over this month. The idea is to really hit the press tour hard starting on May 1st, so it's a full 30 days of it, but we're already going to start putting stuff up there as soon as it's ready. And we've already started that process.
Thank you.
So in terms of earned media communications, the idea is doing a press release on the 1st to kick this off, doing another one on the 15th to remind customers what's coming. I expect that this is a big enough issue that for each one of these press releases, it'll generate numerous news interviews that I can be a part of. And then I do a lot of radio show appearances currently in the spring, heading into summer, but I'll be doing a lot of radio show appearances speaking specifically about this.
Probably going to be on the radio tomorrow. So I'll talk about it at this forum, but starting on May 1st, really trying to get out there and do numerous rounds of radio. And some of these, like KFYO, have a good web presence. And so it can get on the internet or the social media sites itself to kind of drive people back to our website. Want to make sure that we take advantage of every speaking opportunity that we have. And so for example, any council member district meeting, would really like to be a part of that so we can tell our story. We've already begun that process. Councilmember Christian participated in his. I know the Councilmember Joy and Griffith, y'all are thinking about having possibly one coming up. Certainly would want to be a part of that so we can talk to a large audience, but speak to people one-on-one. Also making use of organizations such as the Chamber of Commerce, LEDA, Rotary, trying to get on as many of those schedules as possible. The Lubbock Economic Council or Forum, the one that meets there on Tech Campus, I'm scheduled to talk to them the first week of May. So another example of a group we're talking to. Various religious organizations have reached out to us, and it's something that we want to speak to them as well. For example, our board member Solomon Fields is part of a group of pastors, and I've talked to him about meeting with his group, speaking with his group, and then whoever else we can communicate through that channel I think is important. And the Chamber of Commerce has said that they'll partner with us in terms of sending information out to their members, to businesses. I think that's a good way to hopefully reach entities such as restaurants. And then folks that work with me have been speaking to the Hotel Motel Association, the Restaurant Association, so trying to get in front of as many people as we possibly can. Next is paid media. We're going to make sure that we've got ads in, for example, the Lubbock HA in the Sunday paper running the 2 Sundays before, but also getting print ads in other print publications such as Latino Lubbock and Southwest Digest. Purchasing web banners on all the major networks, including Telemundo. And those are really effective because they live right there at the top. Somebody can click on them and it takes them right to our ERCOT page. So it's a good way to get folks to our owned channels through paid media. And then doing short radio spots on various different radio stations. And then direct billing communications. We're going to have a billing on-cert that goes out running 30 days up until this event. Working on trying to put together a direct mail piece that we can hopefully send to affected customers. We're still working on that one. On-site signage here at the tower. Obviously, we're going to want to make use of that. I'll put some signs up telling people where they can go, and then have things like flyers available out front here. So as people come through, they can take those with them for more information. And then when it gets closer to the go live, and certainly during that weekend, we want to have an upfront message on the City of Lubbock Utilities phone system 2509. So anybody calling in can get that information up front as they go through the process. So the key takeaways, I know I've kind of raced through this and it's at a high level, but the goal here is to reach as many customers as possible. I think the most important tool that we can have out there is that affected customer search tool, so that customers can get that information themselves. But even if they can't, it's very easy to direct them to where they can get that information or provide it to them. Utilizing all forms of media and communications is important, and being repetitive in the communications is important. And just to let y'all know, we've already begun the process of having direct communications with some of our larger, more complex customers. You know, when you talk about residential customers or small businesses, those are important. But when you talk about a UMC, you know, so an entity like that has there's a lot of folks we need to talk to. So those meetings have begun, and we've been communicating with them, and we will continue the next 30 days so that they're prepared for when this takes place, so they can, as much as possible, conduct business without a disruption. And then finally, just, you know, we'll do our best. Every single customer may not be reached, but repetitive, clear communications and informing them of what we're doing, why we're doing it, and importantly, when it's going to affect them, I think can mitigate some confusion leading into that week. And ultimately, you're going to have people that you miss, because you always do. But I think if we utilize all these channels, we can hit as many people as possible and give them the information they need up front.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Rose. Well done. Council, questions for Mr. Rose or Mr. McCullough? Okay, Mr. Chattis.
On the information, I'm under the assumption that some of this will be in in Spanish as well, right? Bilingual information.
Everything we'll do will be in English and
Okay.
Spanish.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Great question.
Just want to make sure.
No, it's important, and I think that's very important that we have both of those for all customers so they can receive the information.
Definitely. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Joy?
Mr. Rose, I got my utility bill yesterday, and it was so thick that I was a little bit concerned about what was in it. We're going to add something else to it, or are we taking something away?
Well, we have several that we've been running that we're going to strip back. And certainly we're going to try to position this OnCert that's right there up front, as close to the front as possible. I agree with you. You know, the new billing system gives us the ability to pass more information along, but sometimes you cross over a point where it's too much and people say, I'm not going to dig into it. So we're going to try to get this up front as possible and strip some of those other things out. Normally in May, we'd be focused on summer's around the corner. So, you know, kind of what are you doing to put insulation or do things to help you during the summer months? I'm going to pull some of those back because I think this is the most important. So, you know, we'll get into that once we get through the migration. But to your point, I think having this front and center and visible is very important.
Well, one of the, I'll call them promotions, was on the front side, and on the back side was my bill. So let's don't lose sight of, sometimes you get those promotions and you just toss them in the trash.
Sure.
So you're two-siding it, I get that. But the other thing is I'm still worried about that segment of our population who don't do computers.
Sure.
And the only way they are going to know may be through their bill, but they'll only get probably one more before June 1st.
Yes, ma'am.
So I don't know how we're going to address that, but I'm really, really worried because we just assume everybody is, you know, technology oriented, and they're not. So the best, whatever, even if it took a separate mailing, just to remind people other than what comes in their bill. And those who pay online, obviously they know how to navigate that system. But there are still people who receive a paper bill.
That is always the hardest question when you get to projects like this, because there is that segment of the population that you're not going to reach through social media. And perhaps even doing news interviews, if they're not watching it that night on the news, they're not going to catch it on the Facebook feeds the next day or even on Everything Lubbock or KCBD. So that's why we're still working through the logistics of it, but trying to put together a direct mail piece. It's something that I've already spoken with the city's print shop, and I'm working through all of these things. It may have to be something that's simply a postcard that's sent out versus something that's in an envelope, but the ability to at least get something out there that might catch somebody's eye. You know, we used to do inserts a lot in the bills, and to your point, I would find that a lot of people would just trash those and then read through their bill. So I think the onserts help, but if we can back that up with a direct mailing piece, we will. Just because it's about 70,000 people, it can be a large mail merge, and that's why we're looking at the postcard option. I looked at some external groups that could kind of do a mail merge and didn't seem feasible, but I think it's important to try to make that happen. To your point, it's another point of contact that I don't want to lose if at all possible.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Joy and Mr. Rose. One more question or comment. We're going to move along. I've got to keep us on schedule. Mr. Christian.
Very quickly, I just want to give Matt a high fives for his presentation last Wednesday at the town hall meeting. I think it was very well received. Basically, is the entire history of the city and ERCOT. I would recommend that if you have constituents or friends or neighbors, whoever, that's now on the city website. Matt and I talked about it just a few minutes ago, and maybe get it onto the LPNL website. But it's worth people that don't know a whole lot or have their own perception of what this is all about. I would point them in that direction. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
We'll load that up onto our YouTube channel. And as I do more of these events that are filmed, I'll probably do likewise. And my speaking slot was about 15 minutes, and I think I went about 45 minutes. So thanks for your patience. But I think it was important to go through all the facts. And so we'll keep doing this as many chances as we can get.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Rose, Mr. McCullough. We appreciate you guys. We'll move out now to item 2.2. It's some results from the community engagement effort on the downtown civic park. Mr. Atkinson.
Thank you, Mayor, City Council. Ms. Brianna Girardi is going to walk us quickly through this one. So Brianna, if you would.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and Council. I'm excited to be with you all today to bring you the results of our first of 2 community input sessions for our downtown civic park. Just as a reminder of what we just completed, as we talked about a month ago, we opened up input session number 1 online at lubbockcivicpark.org for a 2-week comment period to get community input regarding the downtown civic park. There was a survey component on the website and then also an interactive map with some very preliminary ideas where the public had opportunities to give their feedback and comment on what they saw online. And I'll go through here in a minute some of the results of that website. I did leave my contact information on this slide. This is one that I presented to you on March the 9th, just to make the note that I am still receiving phone calls from citizens with feedback about this project and would welcome those calls to continue. So my email and phone number are here again for the community members that haven't had an opportunity to give feedback. Even though the website has come down, you're still welcome to call or email us anytime. So just a couple of overall engagement statistics. One number that I think is worth noting is we had over 14,500 unique or total visits to the site. Those were not unique users, but people that went, either made comment and then wanted to come back and see what people might have responded to their comments. So almost 15,000 people engaged with the site in that way. We did have over 4,000 of those visits from unique users. So over 4,000 of our members of the community getting online to see what the park is all about, which is a tremendous response. We were very excited about that. And then we also had over 1,000 responses to our survey. Just for a little bit of perspective, if we had had an in-person only event for something like this, we would have been thrilled to get 75 responses to an in-person survey. So to have over 1,000 was, those are tremendous results, and really appreciate the community taking the time to engage with this project. I also wanted to point out those phone calls. We did try, in lieu of having an in-person session, to give people an alternative to engaging with the website if they weren't able to access a computer. And so I received about 75 phone calls from members of the community. And just want to point out there, a lot of those phone calls, if I missed them, did not leave a voicemail or a phone number or a name for callback. Any that did have received a call back from myself. So again, for community members that may still call in, if I miss you, please leave me your name and phone number and I will give a call back so I can take down that input. Couple of demographics I wanted to point out. This is mainly in response to the survey because that's where we captured some personal information outside of just that email address. But our top zip code responses were 79424 and 79423. But really interesting was we had 54 unique zip codes participate in the survey. So we really were excited to see that we felt like we had participation from all parts of the community and maybe some from outside of the community. I won't read all of these statistics to you. Just wanted to point out the top relationships to downtown. Most of the people that engage with the site either come downtown to eat, to go to events, or to go to church, or to come to our departments here to access city or essential services. And then you can see a heat map that was created out of the feedback received from the survey that just kind of shows some of the keywords that came out over and over again as people filled out their surveys. Wanted to give you a little bit of information about what some of the top priorities and positive feedback comments that we received were. And again, I won't read all of these to you. You have all of this data in the final report from the consultant that was emailed to you last week. But one of the key priorities, and you'll see this repeated in the feedback that we received, was activation. The community seems very interested in having a park that's busy, that has a lot of activities and opportunities to engage, reasons to bring their friends and family. So you'll see that that was the top design priority and the most appealing activity about having a park downtown. There was also a lot of feedback about shade, about cool temperature, a splash pad. The idea of a splash pad came up, as you can see, almost 400 times throughout the course of the site. And some of the other appealing events and activities, the pop-up events, that really refers to like your craft fairs, farmers markets, things that might take place on a once a week or once a month basis. Our seasonal events, I think the image that the consultant provided with the ice skating rink generated a lot of positive response. So the community really seems to have interest in holiday events, Christmas tree lightings, trunk or treat, that sort of thing. On this slide, you can see some of the top concerns that came out of both the survey, and a lot of this feedback did come from my conversations one-on-one over the phone with members of the community. Safety and security being the overwhelming majority of those concerns. But then also funding and cost was something that came up quite a bit. And we can go into the details of how the consultant plans to combat those concerns if you guys would like. But one thing I did want to point out, we got a lot of questions about funding. And so I just wanted to take a minute to make a note that the only portion of this project that's been funded to this point is this phase, is this design phase. And our takeaway from this process will be a fully developed schematic design with a fundraising packet that we can then take out and use to try to raise money for the actual construction of the park. That design phase has been funded by our Central Business District TIF board. And that is the only money that's been allocated to this project. And just want to remind the community that the revenues that fund that board do come out of the values that are generated in downtown and are required by state statute to be spent in downtown. So sometimes there's a misconception that doing this project means we can't do another project in another area of the city. And just wanted to remind the public that in this case, that is not the case. As a reminder on our next steps, we do have a 12-person advisory committee that's meeting about every other week. Their next meeting is scheduled for 2 weeks from today, where they will get a report from the consultants on the recommendations that will come out of this data after the consultants have had some time to digest it. They will do a similar presentation the next morning to the CBD TIF board. And then we are looking to have our next community input session the second week of May. We will have an in-person component that will likely be held here at Citizens Tower on the evening of May 12th. And then we will kick off another 2-week virtual engagement session as well. We don't know exactly what that will look like yet, but the consultants will bring 2 further developed schematic designs from what the public has seen so far. And they'll have the opportunity again to comment on different features. I like this, but can we add this? That sort of thing. And so we're anticipating that in early May, and then are hoping for a final schematic design to be presented to you all at the beginning of July. And with that, I would be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Girardi. Let's start with Ms. Patterson Harris.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A couple of things. You said there were 54 unique zip codes.
Mm-hmm.
Talk to me about that.
So when you filled out the survey, there was a little bit of personal data that was required. And so one of the fields that you had to enter in was your zip code. And we received 54 different zip codes throughout those 1,000 survey responses.
Okay. All right. It just kind of sounded kind of different for me. And I noticed that most of the individuals were in 2 particular
Yes.
zip codes. So what does that say about the other folks and the other zip codes throughout the city? And along with that, I want to know, in light of the special event that occurred here at City Hall and LPNL, have we been taking advantage of the fact that we've had tons of citizens going in and out of this building and maybe utilizing an opportunity to have them complete that survey?
So No, we have not. The timing of that was unfortunate because the website had already closed by the time that that event took place. And so had it, not that I would have wished for it 2 weeks earlier, but it might have helped us get some more surveys. But we did have computers here at Citizens Tower for anybody that was coming into the building had the ability to take the survey. Fortunately or unfortunately, we didn't have the traffic at the time then that we do now. I do believe that the majority of the phone calls that I received were not from the zip codes that we received the majority of the online feedback from. And so I do feel like we got a good representation, and I can give you the breakdown of responses by zip code if that would be helpful.
I'm just bothered by the fact that even though the website had closed, well, we had a diverse pool of people. And I saw those computers sitting, and that's all they were doing was sitting. No one encouraged people to use them. No one invited anyone to use them. And I don't know, I think it was just a great missed opportunity. And I just say that hint, hint. So anything that we have going, and we've got tons of folks finding their way to this place that they don't feel like they can come to sometimes. And to be able to provide us that type of information, because I think part of the information on there was that people gave reasons why they came downtown. And for a lot of folks, not only have they been coming downtown, they've been coming in this cotton picking building, which is great. It is so unusual. So I just don't want us to lose and miss opportunities to get folks who aren't always participating citizens to get the information that we need, which gives us a true picture of what citizens want. Thank you.
Thank you.
You make a really good point, Ms. Patterson Harris, although I would remind the council that everyone has the same opportunity to vote, and more people vote in 2-3 and 2-4 than any other zip codes in town too. And so I don't know if that's good or bad. That's just an engagement that we know. And, we can try, we try to get people, give people a chance. We purposely set, as you recall, we had a work session item on the part just so we could find another way to get to people before it went out.
If I could come back on this, Mr. Mayor, you know I'm coming. And that may be so that people do have the same opportunities. But it's a setup to give them a better opportunity. I say we do that. I just don't think myself included, I don't think we do enough to make sure that people know that we want to hear from them. We want to engage with them. People may hear us say it, but when we go out of our way and make those situations happen, they feel more of a part of, they feel more included. We get to do that, man. And if we feel we've done enough, shame on us.
Well, you don't ever do enough, but your point's well made, but it's not like we rolled this out at 5 o'clock it's not like we tried to kill it like you would a media story at 4:30 on a Friday afternoon,
I'm not saying that. I'm still going to say whatever, we can always do a little bit more than what we have done. And I just thought that I watched the folks come into this building who've never been here before, who've never been down to the other city hall before. And they've been, man, I tell you what, we could have a party out here some days. And if
I thought we did yesterday. We had a big crew.
You know what I'm saying? I party every time I show up, but I think just that opportunity with so many people coming in and being greeted the way they have been, having someone to say, hey, have you given your input on the park? You know that we're looking at that. And while we put it out there, still some people don't, because they don't feel a part of, don't give us their input. And I'm just talking about what I'm talking about. I just always feel that we can, myself included, I'm not jugging at anybody, if you know what that means. I'm saying us, period. Always do more. Always do more, so people will know. And then from that point, they'll begin to do it on their own and say, hey, man, them good-looking folks down there at City Hall sure want us to be a part. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Patterson Harris. Ms. Joy.
How many of that 54 different zip codes are not residents of Lubbock?
That's a really great question. I we'll have to get that answer for you. I have it in this packet. I can look through during another presentation and get that for you.
Well, clearly, some of them are not.
Yes.
And I know your consultants get excited about 1,000 responses because they get excited about almost anything. But I'm not excited about 1,000 responses out of 260,000 people.
But I thought we just said that not everybody has a computer, right? So they could call too. I mean, some of that group are kids that don't get on their computer. I mean, I think 1,000 citizens engaging in anything is a lot around here. I mean,
We'll get another opportunity.
yeah, yeah. Okay, anything else for Ms. Girardi? Thank you very, yeah, go ahead. Mr. Chavez.
Ms. Girardi, the possibility of actually putting a hard copy of the survey. So I know people are lined up over here in the hall that they could take home with them, or they could fill out here and leave it behind. An actual hard copy of the survey. Is that a
We could.
possibility?
It really just depends on what kind of impact we want to have on the timeline of the project. So we do have a second public engagement session where I think we can definitely utilize some of the ideas that have been mentioned here today. While we have a captive or more captive than normal audience in the lobby there, I do anticipate there will be a second survey. I do think the community input session one, since it's been closed, we need to give the consultants time to analyze that data. Unless if you all feel that we don't have enough, then we could certainly reopen input session number one and try to garner more feedback before we ask them to move on in the design process.
I think it'd be worth considering putting a hard copy out there, given the second time around. Give people another opportunity.
On the second input session,
Yes, ma'am.
I'm with you.
Thank you.
I think it's loud and clear that we want input. So,
Yes, sir.
isn't that a good summary, Ms. Patterson Harris? Okay. 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 Thanks, Brianna. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay. So item 2.3 is a presentation and discussion of the Parks and Recreation and Open Spaces Master Plan and recommended consultant. Mr. Atkinson.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Colby Van Gundy, our Parks Director, is going to take us through an item I know we have all been looking forward to for quite a while now. He's going to have some folks to introduce to us, and they'll walk us quickly through this presentation. Colby?
Thank you, Mr. Axon. Let me grab this and get it pulled up real quick. Thank you, Mayor and Council. I'm excited to introduce Half & Associates. They are the recommended consultant for our master plan process. This process started back for us in November when we went out for RFQs. Half & Associates scored the highest ranking by our committee, and we're excited to have Mr. Aaron Tooley, and he's going to walk us through. Aaron?
Good afternoon, Mayor, City Council. Thank you for inviting us to speak with you and present our approach to the development of your Parks and Recreation and Open Space Master Plan. I am Director of Planning with Half Associates out of our Houston office. So as Parks and Recreation Master Planners, we would suggest that a hallmark of any great city is its parks and recreation system. When you think about New York City, you think about Central Park, you think about the tens of billions of dollars that have been reinvested into Chelsea and the meatpacking district as a result of the High Line. Even our civic park in Houston, Discovery Green, has really catalyzed and stimulated a lot of reinvestment in downtown Houston. So we believe that with the development of this Parks and Recreation Master Plan, with the development of your civic park downtown, Lubbock deserves to be on this slide as well. And that would be our objective. I think we all recognize the benefits of a robust parks and recreation and open space system, as was voiced in the emails of your constituents at the beginning of this meeting, as we all recognize that parks can definitely increase property values adjacent to parks. There's a huge need for the provision of open space, community health. When we think back on the last 14 months of what we've kind of suffered through with COVID and how important parks and trails and public spaces have been for us to maintain some semblance of a social life while maintaining social distancing. All of those are critical in when you think about the development of a strong parks and recreation system. So when we were selected to be interviewed, despite COVID, I decided to fly up to take a look at your parks and recreation system. This was early in January, and I was really appreciative of how many wonderful parks that you all have. But it was clear to me that your parks have undergone years of enduring maybe not the attention that they have deserved. So I think part of this. I'm sorry?
Neglected.
Neglected would be another term. But so assessing the condition of your existing parks will be.
You can see that Ms. Joy doesn't serve as a consultant, but anyway, please.
But so, yeah, conducting a park conditions assessment will be a very important aspect of this Parks and Recreation master planning process. Other issues that we recognize, making sure, are there adequate parks in high growth areas of your community, such as Southwest Lubbock? How are our parks accommodating Texas Tech University students? Can we identify dedicated revenue streams to support the Parks Department in operations and maintenance of existing parks and facilities? From an aesthetic standpoint, how can we improve or enhance our playa lakes so they're more beautiful and visually appealing, rather than some of them kind of suffer from looking like buffalo wallows of the past, which of course they originally were. But so just to provide you with an overview of our approach, we are recommending a 7-phased approach that we would take on over about a 12 to 13 month time frame, with each phase building off of what was learned from the previous phase. On our first phase, project initiation, this is largely administrative in nature, where we would work with the Parks Department, get to know them, get to know what their issues are. We would begin the development of a very robust public engagement program. We would be requesting information. We would develop provisional goals and objectives, but out of this would come our first introductory chapter for the Parks Master Plan. Phase 2, public engagement, really isn't a phase. Public engagement would be occurring throughout this whole planning process. We will be, hopefully in the next couple of weeks, we would be facilitating multiple stakeholder listening sessions. We would be setting up a master plan advisory committee that we would be working with throughout the duration of this assignment. We will be convening multiple open houses, whether these are virtual or in person. We would, of course, prefer the latter, but we would want to schedule some in the beginning of this process, more of a visioning open house, and then have several implementation-oriented open houses later. We too would be very interested in doing a community needs survey, and perhaps during that survey process, we could also include additional questions about your civic park potentially. But throughout this whole process, we would be setting up key junctures to come before you to explain to you what our findings, assumptions are, and directions forward. Phase 3, existing conditions, this is where we'd be doing a comprehensive inventory of all of those your parks, your facilities and equipment, everything that the Parks Department is responsible for. We would also be classifying your parks using national standards like the National Recreation and Parks Association. And we'd be doing further categorization as well. Phase 4 is where we would begin to really evaluate your parks using multiple lenses, beginning with the demand-based assessment. This is where we would compile all of our what we've learned through the public engagement process to really understand what are the needs and desires of your community. We would also be developing a standards-based assessment to really understand further parks distribution. In principle, we would like to think that everyone should be able to walk to a neighborhood park. So I think that's not unreasonable. Plus, you all have a whole lot of parks, but you can see based on this map that Southwest Lubbock is potentially lacking in some parks. So that's something we need to really look at. But then also we would be conducting a resource-based assessment where we'd be looking at what amenities within the landscape of Lubbock, if you will, could we further develop to take your parks and recreation program and system to a higher level. This could be everything from, of course, your Canyon Lake system to potentially utility easements or transmission easements where we might be able to create recreational trails to further connect neighborhoods to parks, et cetera. And we will also be developing a fairly comprehensive operations-based assessment where we again will be looking at how your Parks Department operates, its level of staffing, its level of funding, what is needed to really adequately manage and maintain and operate all of your parks. And then again, we'll be working with Texas Tech University's Department of Landscape Architecture to do a comprehensive, their students to do a comprehensive park conditions assessment to really understand what do we need to do to raise the quality of all of your parks. Phase 5 is where we begin to develop strategies and recommendations and implementable actions on how we are going to fulfill the provisional goals that we had set up originally for the improvements of your parks, trails, and recreational programs. During this time, and we'll probably begin this with phase 3, the existing conditions assessment, or conditions inventory, but we will begin the development of a master plan for your whole system of the Canyon Lake system, excuse me. This will run throughout the duration of this planning assignment. And so we have key deadlines where we'd be presenting to you our schematic designs, assumptions we've made, things that we would be proposing for the Canyon Lakes area. And then phase 6 is the implementation program. We pride our master plans on that they are realistic, they're realizable, and most importantly, they're implementable. So we will be identifying what action leaders are required above and beyond the Parks Department to help implement these key strategies and recommendations. We'll also be looking at, again, regulations and standards, additional policies, ways we might be able to create dedicated revenue streams for supporting your parks and recreation system. And then lastly, we'll be in a public hearing format. We'd be making a final presentation where we could receive public comment, and hopefully we'll have this Parks and Recreation Master Plan adopted by you all. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions you all may have. I know this was a quick presentation of our approach.
Okay, thank you. That's excellent. Council questions on what we've seen? Mr. Griffith.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for bringing this forward. Has our Parks and Rec Board seen this?
Our Parks and Rec Board was on the committee that selected, or was making a recommendation for this. So yes, sir.
Okay.
They are aware of where we're going with it, and that it's in front of you today.
Thank you, Colby.
Yes,
We would also, council member, plan on meeting periodically with the Parks and Recreation Board.
Thank you, Mr. Griffith. Let's go to Ms. Patterson Harris.
I just have a statement and a recommendation since we're talking about reaching the individuals in the community. Maybe want to just put this at the pen and paper that maybe having an open house in the parks and maybe with the schools might be a good way of really, especially as the weather, begins to change and become a place, and we'll find a lot of folks in those parks. So just thought it might be a good opportunity to really get an opportunity to hear from folks.
That's a great idea.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Ms. Patterson Harris. Thank you, Ms. Patterson Harris. Ms. Joy.
We have several developers who have incorporated within their developments parks. How do you incorporate those into your plan? Will you have specific requirements that you think they should adhere to? Help us out.
Okay, that's a very good question. And one of the things we want to do is early on in this process, convene a developers forum to where we could get them to be involved and at the table when we're making these kind of decisions. But there are a lot of ways. First of all, we would be inventorying all of the private parks around in the area. So we'd make sure that we're not, when we do our gap analyses and that kind of thing, that we would be acknowledging that there are parks there, but they may not be administered by the Parks Department, for example. But there are a lot of tools that we hope to be able to investigate in conjunction or along with your development community for figuring out ways that new residential developments can be amenitized, whether this is through a regulatory mechanism like a parkland dedication ordinance, or whether this is more like a density bonus that could be provided to developers, whereby the density of certain areas could be increased in order to maintain a certain amount of open space. But we definitely want to work with them to figure out how they can amenitize their residential developments that would in turn serve the residents of the entire community. We would also want to be looking at other vehicles such as public improvement districts for ways of operating and maintaining new parks and facilities.
We not only have some PIDs, but we also have some HOAs that do their own parks. We're working on our Unified Development Code currently.
Yes.
So that's why I'm asking the question that I'm asking.
And we knew that, and we hope to be able to participate in that in some capacity, or at least make some recommendations to your planning department.
Excellent.
We're meeting tomorrow afternoon.
I'll be here.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Joy. Mr. Christian?
Could you give me just a couple of quick examples of revenue streams that you're thinking about?
One would be a parkland dedication ordinance, and that's not necessarily a revenue stream. And I recognize that that is particularly controversial within West Texas. But we need to review and really analyze the potential for that. And that's not, again, it's not necessarily a revenue stream, but it would be a way of funding, and it would be a fiscally conservative way for funding new parks that would support new residents within your community. So in thinking of that, as well as, again, a PID, those are what immediately come to mind as far as identifying revenue streams.
Aaron, right?
Yes.
Yeah, Aaron, thank you for your presentation. The two things that I'll leave with. One, I really appreciate you using not stock photos, but our photos.
Of course.
That matters. And, you know, I learned a new word I'll be adding. So talking about consultant speak, amenitized. So I'll be adding that to my vocabulary, and, you know, because, you know, skinny laptop, far away, that's all it takes to be a consultant, and a good vocabulary. And so, no, we appreciate you. Thank you we're excited to work with you. I know you had a city manager, he and I met earlier this morning. He'd already met with you, and he was very excited to go to work. He felt like Colby and the Parks Board and Colby's team did a great job picking Half and Associates. So we look forward to working with you guys.
Thank you,
Okay.
sir. Likewise.
Thank you very much. Okay, item 2.4 is a presentation and discussion of a downtown parking master plan and a recommended consultant. We're going to, council, just to give you a heads up, we're going to take a 5-minute break after this presentation. So just, you can be ready for that. And Ms. Girardi, I've got you down for 25 minutes or so for this. Is that going to work?
Yes, sir.
Okay, please take it away.
Especially now that I know I'm the thing standing between you and your 5-minute break. I will be brief.
Mr. Atkinson, do you have any comments on this? Ms. Girardi?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Council. Glad to be back up here again so quickly. While we're talking about consultants, we'll just go ahead and continue with our recommendation for a consultant for the downtown parking master plan. So as a reminder, this recommendation came directly out of our downtown master plan update that was adopted by you all in June of 2020, and was recommended that we implement this project in phase 1, which was the first 3 years of implementation following the adoption of that plan. In December of last year, we issued an RFQ for consultants to develop a parking master plan for downtown. We had 7 responses to that RFQ, 3 finalists that were selected for in-person presentations, which we ended up needing to do virtually for a variety of reasons. And the highest ranked firm out of that process was WGI Inc. from Houston, Texas. On March 10th of this year, the Central Business District TIF Board voted to approve this contract with WGI, and they recommend your approval today. Just to give you a quick overview of the organizational structure that will be working on this project, our lead consultant, as I said, will be WGI, but you should see the rest are very familiar faces. They have engaged Overland Partners, which was the consultant that redid our downtown master plan. Hugo Reed and Associates will be their local representation, and I'll let Jeremy speak to what their role will be in the project, but they will be primarily the boots on the ground over the next 10 months. And then they've also engaged with TBG Partners, which is our firm that's overseeing this downtown civic park, to collaborate with them on Greenscape. The project scope is listed here, and I'm not going to go into detail on this in the interest of time. Jeremy is going to do that in his presentation here in a moment. But I did just want to point out that there's really 3 phases to this project that will take place over the course of 10 months. And one thing I wanted to point out is the order that's listed on your slide is not necessarily the order that this project will go in. One of the really interesting things about a project like this is you really need to study the parking tendencies of people when you have people here parking. And so as we know, we're about to lose a large portion of our population to summer vacation while they're not attending university. So some of the data collection we'll hold off on that would normally possibly take place at the beginning of this project. We'll hold off on until the fall when we have more of our population in town. Next steps, Jeremy and I met this morning, so we've done a little bit of a kickoff while he's in town today, but we'll continue that through the end of the month. And then beginning next month, we will start developing our task force for this project, and then also put some bones around what our community engagement sessions will look like. There will be an online survey component to this project as well, and then also the in-person meetings that we've already talked about today. And then we anticipate the second phase of this process will begin, as I said, in the fall, the third phase late in the year, and then we estimate completion next March. And if there are any questions for me, I'd be happy to answer those. If not, I will kick it over to Jeremy Rocha, who is our consultant that's here with WGI.
Okay, let's hear from Mr. Rocha. Jeremy, welcome back. We're glad you're here.
Mr. Mayor, council members, thank you. Glad to be back. Jeremy Rocha with WGI. Give you a little overview of our downtown parking master plan, or our plan for the plan, I should say. Advance this. There we go. A little bit about our team. Brianna already mentioned it, but we are partnered with Hugo Reed, TBG, and Overland Partners. What we wanted to do is we wanted to keep the core team together of the Downtown Master Plan update and bring the band back together, and to really create this holistic, efficient, cohesive, that where we still keep the master plan in place of downtown, but still moving it forward and advancing the parking component of it. A little bit about the plan objectives. We kind of mentioned them here, and I want to show that at the center of it is the customer focus. And that's what we're going to be looking at. Who are the user groups that are coming downtown? What are their needs? What are they needing? What are the realities of parking? And what are the perceptions of parking? And let's address both of them. How do we look at them at the same time? And how do we make it so that parking is just part of the fabric of what downtown is? We understand that parking is one of the first and the last impressions of downtown. So how do we do that? How do we make it just part of that seamless experience? That's what you want to talk about. You want to talk about the show at Buddy Holly Hall, not how do I park or where did I park for Buddy to attend that event. So as Brianna mentioned, we're going to have this in 3 phases, which we call the planning foundations, the planning elements, and the planning implementations. So we won't go into all of this, but it's really sort of the data gathering at the beginning of the project. And as Brianna mentioned, there's going to be data gathering now. We want to understand how downtown is currently operating. And then back in the fall, when the population returns, hopefully some normalcy returns to our lives, and just to see how that changes, and just to make sure that we have a full and wide range picture of what's happening downtown in terms of parking. We're going to be looking at policies. We're going to be looking at making recommendations, making some updates, making some improvements, and just really looking at what will work for Lubbock and how are we going to get folks parking, understanding where to park, where to go, and how to get there. And then making sure that the final phase is making any recommendations and adjustments to those parking policies, looking at the resiliency, and just creating a plan that's not going to sit on the shelf, but really be usable. And when 5 years from now, when more development happens, you have a plan in place to move that forward. So it's definitely going to be something that it's not going to be only for a snapshot of today, but our goal is to have it be a snapshot of what the plan would be in the future. So, these are kind of just the things that we talked about in terms of scheduling. This is under a normal circumstance. Now, we understand with COVID restrictions and everything else that's going on, we're going to have to make some adjustments and pivoting. As consultants, that's what we do. So we are prepared for that. But in general, it's going to be about a year process. We want to make sure that we look at all the fall, the summer, and just really look at everything that you have available. And we have listed on the right here just a couple of the tasks that we've identified, and just give you some of the output and some of the record deliverables that we will be handing over to you and your team. So when we start, we're going to be looking at downtown as a whole, but we're also going to be focused in on some of your key areas. Your Arts District, the Broadway District, the Depot, and the downtown neighborhood. This was kind of what was identified in the master plan update, and that's kind of what we're going to be focused on. And again, looking at it from the nucleus of activity and the city connectivity with the rest of the with downtown, with the rest of the city, connecting Texas Tech to the park systems, connecting everybody else to the Arts District and the Depot District, and just how people move around and what that really means, because that is the nucleus of activity, as I mentioned, and the growth, the largest growth development from there. And just to give you a little bit of an example of what we will be looking at, each of these districts and user groups are different, and we're going to understand that, and we're going to really dive into what that really means. And I have a quick, just something that we developed when we were preparing our response to the RFP and RFQ of just what that walking distance looks like, and what that shared parking area kind of looks like for each one of these districts, and just what their needs are. For example, Broadway District, high daytime demand; Arts Depot District, evening demand. So just what that really looks like in terms of just how we're going to be able to create a plan that's flexible for each one of these things. And then also looking at the downtown neighborhood and what happens when we bring residential infill into the area, and what are their parking needs going to be. So it's really going to be a holistic view and looking at various user groups in downtown, I should say. One of the biggest things that we at WGI look at is curb management. You would look at, some people would call this a complete streets approach to parking. Really looking at everything that happens. I took a quick photo of Broadway here. of your on-street parking, your integrated parking, your active curb, your connective mobility throughout the system and throughout the corridor. And also looking at what Buddy Holly Hall area, the depot district would need in terms of your TNCs, your valet, your sidewalk dining. So all of these things will be sort of integrated in there because we understand that the curb is a finite space and there's a lot of folks that want to be in that space. So how do we do that? And how do we plan for it? And at the same time, how does parking speak to that? And that's what we will be looking at. And, we're speaking about data. So what we want to do is we want to make sure that we make data-driven solutions, data-driven decisions. So just looking at, inventory, to make those informed decisions, and most importantly, the flexible planning of that the data is going to let us know what to do and when to react. And all of it-
Jeremy, hold on for 1 minute. Mr. Griffith.
I apologize.
No worries.
Back up a couple of slides, maybe
I can
3.
I'm hitting P here.
You were on the depot district? There. Okay, I apologize.
Yes,
What's TNCs?
Ubers and Lyfts.
Okay, ride share.
Yeah, ride shares, yes.
Okay.
Transportation.
Well, I thought maybe for a
the
minute it had to
acronyms-
do something with trash cans, but
Basically, it's your Uber and Lyft.
That's not in your scope, but maybe it should be.
well, on that particular block, yes,
Yeah.
Mayor.
Yes.
But anyway, thank you.
And that's what that
I
is.
didn't mean
It
to
just
interrupt you,
show-
but
Go ahead.
I think that's important. I also would like to make a comment back as you're on your zoning, on your Broadway zone. I appreciate the fact back further on the
Your map.
map.
Okay,
There we
sorry.
go, the Broadway district. I'd like to point out that your red dotted line includes that parking garage that's going to be built right there.
Absolutely.
So
Absolutely
thank
it
you
does.
for including that.
Absolutely, it does. Absolutely, it does. And that's part of what we're going to be studying of just the impacts of parking. It's not just in that one block area. It's really a walking distance. And that walking distance will vary over time, the weather, everything else. But if we provide that plan for the residents or the citizens and let them know where they're going, it works.
Thank you. I didn't mean to interrupt. Thank you very
No.
much.
No, good point. Good questions and points. Ms. Joy.
Do you have from other projects, how far people are willing to walk?
Yes, it's typically
Okay.
1,200 feet or, 2 blocks, a 2-block radius.
2 blocks?
Yes.
Okay.
Comfortably, correct. And it depends on the event. For example, if you're attending, the symphony, you're going to be dressed differently where 1 or 2 blocks is a long distance versus if you're going to a ballpark, a ball game, or to a park, you'll be dressed differently. So all of a sudden 2 to 3 blocks is more comfortable. So it'll be looking at the use, and that's when we mentioned the user groups. So understanding who those user groups are, where they're going, how they're going to get there, and just that communication to them. We talked about breadcrumbing during the master plan updating, just showing residents and citizens when they do come into downtown, what is the best place for them to park if you're going to Buddy Holly Hall. If you're going there, where's the best place for you to park? And also providing the facility itself, sort of an event planning, how to load parking so that it makes sense and that, you're not having this cross traffic and vehicular and pedestrian conflicts. So that's kind of what we were going to look at and how we're going to view this.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, please continue, Jeremy.
Of course. So again, just helping visualize the vision for downtown in terms of both parking, parks, green space, and everything, and how that sort of connects, and really providing a holistic parking vision. I put a couple of our projects examples up there, just how parking speaks to that pedestrian realm, how it speaks to, the monument signage, how it speaks to your mobility, your parks, and just that general feel of what downtown is. And so that's pretty much your fabric as you continue to grow and as you continue to add into the downtown districts. And from there, I'll leave it open for any questions.
Questions for Jeremy? Jeremy, welcome back. We're glad to see you again. I have one question. I've seen a number of downtowns that parking lot owners that choose to charge for their parking require you to download an app and do a phone-based, app-based purchase of the parking or rental. How much success do you have in? I think you have to realize that market forces will mean that some people will sell their parking. How much success have you been able to have in getting folks to come around one app for parking? And do cities sort of make a recommendation in that regard? Would that be part of what you guys do? I'm just curious about that.
Right. What we would do is we would provide the framework for that. Right.
Okay.
So like cities like the city of Houston have Park Mobile, so what we helped implement that, there was only about a 25% adoption rate for the app itself at the first 5 years. That's what the city of Houston has that data. However, now that it's become more touchless and everything else, now they're actually seeing an increase in the use of that application.
Okay.
So yes, so that'll be part of the recommendations. Will that be part of our day one recommendations?
Sure. No,
Probably not.
I understand.
We'll kind of ramp up to that sort of integration of technology.
Okay.
I kind of use the vehicles, the Camry and the Lexus. Let's start off with the Camry, and then we're going to move into the Lexus as development grows, as implementation is in place, and as people adopt these new systems.
Or maybe start with a quarter ton and work your way up to a full ton truck or
Exactly,
something like
exactly.
that. Okay, yeah, that might make sense to more of our citizens. I know it does to the police department out here. I mean,
Sounds good,
and the
sounds
fire,
good.
excuse me, and the fire department too. Yeah, they woke up. I mentioned half ton, full ton. They started, Chief Mitchell just sort of came out of his so
Sounds good. I'll make sure to use that one next time.
yeah. All right. All right, we look forward to working with you guys. Thank you for
Looking
being here
forward to it.
today. Council, it's 2:12. We'll come back into session at 2:17. Council, come to order. Okay. It's 2:20 PM. Lubbock City Council's back in work session. We have one final item in work session today, and that's the much anticipated follow-up and recommendations from our Future Needs Committee. Before I send this to Mr. Atkinson, I want to just thank first and foremost Councilman Griffith for his leadership and this effort, and in the same breath, thank Ms. Joy, Ms. Patterson Harris for serving with him. I've lost count of how many times these guys have met and how many hours. In fact, they were going at about 6:45 last night. Trying to finalize their work for us today. So I know that on behalf of the council and our community, we all want to say thank you for that. Mr. Atkinson.
Thank you, Mayor. And as I'm correcting, not plugging in the correct cord here, I'd like to also add my thanks to the committee. They not only met late yesterday evening, they were available and met with us, met with myself today at about noon to finish some of the work that is later on your agenda tonight. So looks like we have that going the way it is supposed to go. Council, we're going to move a bit quicker through this than we have in the past, just very quickly. This does continue the pattern of follow-up reports and discussions with the city council. You see on there those prior meetings. Today is the fourth in front of the council. The current project list that you will see today, it does have some new details. In many places, we've been able to reduce some prices based on changes the committee is working through. This is the larger list. This was a follow-up from the first work session. And just for lack of a better terms, and these are my words, not the committee's, but what we'll look at really kind of represents the master list now of the projects that this committee is working on. We'll start with unpaved roads. This is a continued effort. There have been some changes, a street that has come off, a street that has gone on. You see the asterisks next to Ash Avenue, East 66 to South Loop 289. That was not on the prior list, council, that you saw. However, we think there's some opportunity, so it is put on here to reserve that spot, and of course, its corresponding budget. There's some other meetings going on relative to this opportunity later this week. And the next time that the council has this, or the committee has this specific list, we'll likely know more on there. To the left, you see the mileage by district, the cost by district. You see the cumulative total, $7.977 million. Council reminder on the committee's behalf, the recommendation for dirt streets is $9 million. So we're just a little over $1 million apart. There are two reasons for that. One, you see the alternate list that the committee has kept running as they've continued to evaluate. Also, just to ensure, this year is already set with budget money to be the biggest single year of doing the unpaved streets. If for some reason, based on bids, something were to fall out and this project also had been approved, it gives us an opportunity to ensure that those are done as well. Short version is the request would be for 9, the recommendation for 9. There are ample projects already studied up to be able to fill that $9 million.
Some built-in flexibility.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. By map, and if everybody will not get car sick, I'll blow that up just a little. The red segments are the proposed segments. Council, the change here would be Twinberry had been on the list and has fallen down to a recommended alternate. And did I do that? There we go. Sorry about that. And that one segment of Ash. And if you're curious, that segment of Ash is just immediately to the east of I-27, and it's immediately north of the loop. It's a large corner tract that heretofore has been undeveloped. I'm going to shrink that back down, move to the next one. These are the alternative segments. They're pretty widely scattered across town. If you look just immediately east of the interstate, you see some very small segments. Those are currently unpaved segments that would tie together paved segments in that case. You see one out to the west, you see a couple to the north, and then Twinberry shows back up over there off Idalou Road as an alternate. Arterial street program.
Let's pause for a second there on Dirt Street. So, Mr. Griffith, you want to add anything to that?
Yes. Thank you. Just one component, obviously, Mr. Atkinson has brought forth. We only decided last night to make this change, adding ash, because of, he brought up opportunity there, commercial opportunity in that corridor, a great possible infill project. So again, we don't have exacts on this, but it is how the three of us, we recommend that one change to our unpaved road program.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Council, do you have questions on the unpaved portion of the recommendation? This is, I think, very similar to what we've seen previously, but I just want to make sure before we keep going that if there are any questions on this. Okay, Mr. Atkinson, please continue.
Thank you, Mayor. We'll jump back forward to the arterial street list. I'm going to blow that up just a little for easier discussion. Note a couple of efforts of the committee that have resulted in, number one, not shortening the list in any fashion, but number two, really doing some work on the cost. So at the top, you see Erskine Street. This is the District 6, the west piece of Erskine. Currently, that's a 2-lane. The last time council saw this list, we had proposed a 7-lane. That's what the master thoroughfare plan had. After evaluating council member, police chief, fire chief, 5 lanes there is appropriate. The one caveat is that we would continue today that 7-lane kind of throat, so to speak, that travels west from Frankfurt. That will get us past the fire station. Doing that will make it much easier for the large, slower vehicles to get in and out. 5 lanes then all the way out to West City Limit. West City Limit is about 800 or so feet west of Milwaukee. In this case, we have a map in a moment. That has reduced the cost somewhat from where we were, so it has come down. The Erskine project, East Erskine project, which is Avenue S to I-27, that project substantially has not changed as we've looked at these. You see the first of the 34th Street projects, this being Q to I-27. Only change there has been continued work to keep the estimates current. 82nd Street, this is called this East 82nd. It's from Interstate 27 to Martin Luther King. This is also one that the thoroughfare plan had as a very, very large road. It is unique in that immediately south of the road, you're actually in the county. There's a row of businesses there. Their parking lots are in the city. The businesses are in the county. Working through Councilmember Patterson Harris, we've continued to work on that. Met with Mr. Franklin as well. 3 lanes is sufficient. 3 lanes is appropriate over here. Would note the caveat, because of how the city limit line lies, this project proposes 1 sidewalk. That sidewalk on the north side, which also gets you close to a city park and the homes. But we're going to propose that as a 10-foot sidewalk because it's not going to be appropriate to put bicyclists, joggers, and others actually on the roadway. So smaller road section, take the right of way that's necessary, but a 10-foot sidewalk. It's still an expensive project. There's lots of right of way challenges. There's drainage challenges, but it has come down by nearly $6 million from where the council first saw this project.
How long is that stretch?
It's just right at a mile.
Okay. I
In
thought it
fact,
was.
it's not quite because you've got the piece
Little
under
piece
the
that cuts.
interstate.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yes, sir. The next two are Project 2, Project 3 on 34th, so I-27 to A, Quaker to Slide. No change from what you've seen previously other than continued work on the estimates. Go down to 114th Street from Indiana Avenue to the city limits east of University. The city limits are not very far east of University, but they are east of University. 2-lane to 5, that matches the other work that is being done as you transition back to the west, and you see the most current estimate we have on that. The next project is also on 114th Street, 2 lanes to 5. This segment from Frankfurt to Slide. So council, what this recommendation, what this sequence would accomplish from Frankfurt to Slide, from Slide to Quaker, from Quaker to Indiana, from Indiana to just past University, is going to turn 114th into the true corridor that it really needs to be. Your current year project is 114th Slide to Quaker. That's a funded project. We did a little bit of work on the east side of the intersection there at Quaker. So the Quaker to Indiana segment is actually an MPO funded project that's soon to materialize. We add these two outer pieces to it. Like the committee feels like you have truly worked on connectivity in a corridor passageway that's got a lot of interest, a lot of potential, and today the streets are holding it back. The next one will be Milwaukee. Today a 2-lane, but it has a school lane. It's basically a deceleration lane. It's on the east side. This project runs from the city limits at the north, which if you're familiar with that area, that's really just north of the elementary school. And then the southern limit is 4th Street. Propose that now as a 5-lane project. Next project is MLK. This would be the segment that comes off of the East 82nd project we discussed, and it runs up to, it's technically Loop 289 South Frontage Road, so let's call it Loop 289. You last saw that as a 5-lane. It's now recommended as a 3-lane. That ties back to the 3 lanes on your piece of 82nd. And that project estimate has also come down to about $8.1 million. University Avenue, this piece being from 98th to 114th, it'll actually run just past that intersection to the south city limits, but it's very close. That's today a 3-lane. It is 7 lanes to the north. It ties into 7 lanes. It is in the master thoroughfare plan to be 7. I think the committee is suggesting that needs to remain 7. You're going to be a major crossing with Loop 88 when it's built, but there is a transition piece south of 114th and north of 130th that's not in the city. That's a county piece, so it'll have to be picked up. Next project is 98th. This is 98th Upland to Alcove. I believe the committee discussed it in a little more detail at our prior presentation. This is, by the committee's reckoning and by my driving miles and miles, this is the last true arterial street inside your city limits that's dirt. It does not have any paving at the present day. So committee recommendation is let's get that paved. Pave that as a 3-lane section that will match the section that is Upland to Milwaukee, which this council did that project about 4 years ago now, or started it about 4 years ago. Shouldn't be too difficult to do. There's actually right of way out there. And once you get very far west of the first intersection, it's largely undeveloped. There's a few rural style homes, but they don't front on it. So see that one. And then the final one would be Upland, 4th to 19th, currently a 2-lane strip paved road. Take that to 5 lanes. There is a Friendship School that fronts on Upland out there. There are also at least 2 major developments underway for housing, large numbers of houses, and we expect more is coming. So council, that is your recommendation on the arterials. I'll get over to Broadway in just a minute, but I'd stop and Mayor, let the committee speak or any questions the council may have.
Mr. Griffith, anything to add on this?
This is the proposal. Some of the numbers have changed. We got obviously better numbers now. And some of it was changes that we recommend because of the amount of lanes. So it helps us, it actually moves the needle downward somewhat, but this is obviously an expanded recommendation. Proposal.
Okay.
It's
Thank
truly,
you. Thank you.
and I might add that Councilwoman Joy and Councilwoman Patterson Harris, they have been phenomenal to work with. We're very proud of the work we've done. Some of it you may agree with or disagree with, but I just want y'all to know that we have studied this and studied it and studied it, and we are trying to do the right thing, and we're not through with this, but we truly are, our work is not finished, as Mr. Atkinson needs to continue.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, it's pretty cool. One of the things I like about it is how it serves all parts of the community. And that really the only district that doesn't have two projects is District 3. But that also in some ways makes sense because it's in the middle of the city in that regard. And the last time we did a big project was 34th Street. And so, okay, Mr. Atkinson, please continue.
Thank you, Mayor. And you make an excellent point, and here we'll demonstrate in red those proposed streets that were on the prior list. So this truly does work all across town. If you draw your attention down to 114th toward the south, you can see how the two funded projects tie into the three proposed projects. And that's 5 miles of expanded access, expanded mobility, and expanded opportunity that we don't have today. You can also see kind of on the lower right-hand side, 4 o'clock or so on the map, you see where that East 82nd and the MLK piece tie together.
Yeah.
This committee has spent lots of time out there. It is busier than one might expect. It has become a cutoff, a reliever route for people to get around the interchange up there. And certainly appreciate Ms. Patterson Harris working in the flexibility that she's shown us in that. If there's no more questions on arterials, I'll move to Broadway.
Please do.
Council, at the moment, here's where we're going to stand on Broadway. Broadway is going to be discussed, and I say discussed, it's how we're working up the cost estimates in 3 pieces. So you've got the original piece that's identified in the downtown master plan, also identified through comprehensive plan, and that's the University to Avenue E. We do have a reasonable estimate on that. You have seen it before. It's roughly $25 million exclusive of utilities. Committee yesterday, again, met with Mr. Franklin. They not only worked through that, but really worked hard on the utility piece of it and how that fits or it doesn't fit. The second piece, Council, we showed this at the prior presentation. That is continuing that connectivity. This would be from Avenue A to Canyon Lakes Drive. Now, that leaves out A to E. I would note A to E is not being left out. It is actually being reconstructed with some street maintenance money right now. We believe that it makes the most sense that does remain asphalt. It is asphalt today. What it really is the approach down to the tunnel and right back out. Any other material is not likely to be as successful. It's funded. So it's not really being left out. It just does not need new money to come forward.
Does that include the lights, Ms. Patterson Harris? I'm sorry, did I say that?
I hope so. Lights and paint.
Yes.
If Mr. McCall is left, I think the lights are in the OP&L budget, Mayor.
Yes, I recall that.
Thank you. The third component on Broadway is to construct a pedestrian bridge over the creek down at the bottom. So Broadway has a very good sidewalk on the north side of it. Starts at the university, carries over through the tunnel, goes past the fairgrounds, As it goes down the hill, that sidewalk actually is fully ADA compliant. It has landings, it has railings. It's in great shape. It crosses Cesar Chavez and it stops. And then immediately on the other side of the creek, it starts again and it runs up past the Ag Museum. So we propose to construct the connector to that piece. We think there's a relatively simple way to do it, using some of the existing culverts that take the creek under the road and working on those processes. The committee's continued steps, their next steps, if we wish to call it that, are to continue to work on what's the layout of Broadway. How do we get past from A back down to Canyon Lakes Drive? We've talked about doing that with stamped concrete or with brick pavers. That's not work that's been done in Lubbock in large quantities, so we're actually getting cost estimation on it from as far away as Dallas-Fort Worth. Council would remind the group as a whole, we're about to finish taking bids in that will be the rebuild of 13th and Texas. That's going to be the largest of the brick projects we have bid locally in many years. At number one, it'll fix the drainage, it'll fix the ski jump, but it's going to replace quite a bit or redo quite a bit of those bricks, and I think give us better numbers. So the committee will continue its work on that and have more as we get those better estimates.
Okay. Maybe we should say pedestrian bridge over the Brazos. Okay, Mr. Griffith, anything to add on Broadway before we get to your funding model?
No.
Okay, Mr. Atkinson, back to you.
Okay, here's just the map, and I think the operative piece of it, as we zoom in on it, it does show that under these proposed segments, the Broadway project would be from University to Canyon Lakes Drive. The green piece in the middle is E to A, again, being asphalt and being currently funded. Mayor and Council, for today's presentation, the committee is recommending, as they did at the prior meeting, that 3 projects proceed with certificate of obligation funding. This is an option for the council to consider in item 8.11 tonight. Those 3 options being fire station, or those 3 pieces being Fire Station 20, $7.645 million, that has not changed. The unpaved road program at $9 million, the first piece of our discussion today. And then to pick up the West Erskine piece, west city limits to Frankfurt Avenue at 11.3. Combined, that's about $28 million for those 3 pieces. With that, stop and take questions or comments.
Okay, Mr. Griffith, back to you one more time.
Thank you. Council, we were very excited to bring this last page before the council this evening. This list of 3 items we feel like are immediate action needs. We know that the fire station, future fire station, is very important to our system as our city grows. We truly are, we're decades behind on these unpaved roads. This is something that I believe this council needs to correct. And our committee highly recommends this evening that we take action to start this. As part of the public safety component, with our new substation, police substation on West Erskine, we also believe with the fire station there that also is an immediate need. So these 3 items is what we have noticed recommend now that we take action on. Thank you.
Mr. Griffith, these would be the 3 items that would be added to put in the blanks on item 811 tonight. Is that correct?
That is correct, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay. And so in item 810, my understanding is we may have a substitute on that that would speak to the entire breadth of what you guys are offering. Would suggest that you're going to go back and finish your work on the arterial piece but we give everybody a chance to voice a opinion on the overall report,
Absolutely.
right?
And
In a resolution form.
that is a resolution, and it will have a listing with it that we believe is the need to continue to study it and make sure it's right. And obviously that, as we go back, and we'll bore you to tears with this, it is about connectivity. Every segment that we're talking about on the arterials is about connectivity.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Griffith. I'll open the floor for comments or questions from council on this. Mr. Massengill?
Thank you, Mayor. Committee, great work. I know how many hours you've been putting in on this, and I really like the term connectivity. And when you look at the map and when you're familiar with these roads and what a challenge some of them are and how far behind they are on where they should be today, I really appreciate the fine tooth comb y'all have put on this. My message will still be consistent. I believe on this funding piece that outside of the unpaved road program that we need to include our voters on these types of projects. And so it's hard for me to support a CO for the fire station and the Erskine piece, but I've voiced that my opinion on that before.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Other comments? Mr. Christian?
Just quickly, I'd echo Mr. Maskell's comments and appreciate the committee for all the work they're doing. This is good work. And I agree. The unpaved roads are definitely long overdue.
Mr. Chai?
Mayor, I'll just be echoing the same thing as well. These unpaved streets, unpaved roads, way past its time. We'd show the public that we understand the predicament that those neighborhoods are in. And we're going to be working on getting it fixed, being proactive. Finally, much appreciated the work you guys are doing.
Okay. I would echo those comments. I would add this. I think the connectivity solutions for 34th Street, for East 82nd, for 114th, and most importantly, for Broadway, all the way to the canyon. I went back and was looking at, there's not a report that we've had done around downtown or the comprehensive plan that doesn't have somewhere in the lead talking about how important the Canyon Lakes are to our community. And people from all over this community believe that. And this is, I think, a bold move. It's been 13 years since we've had a street bond. It's about 7 years too long. A community that's growing like ours needs to invest in these type projects. And I'm excited about where we're going. I share some of Mr. Massengill's concerns about the COGO deal. That's a bit in the weeds, I know. I do hope that, assuming we approve the dirt streets piece, that we will encourage Mr. Atkinson to hold on to those designated dirt street dollars and let's find a way to ideally put those for a funding source for something else that's needed, like maybe parks capital, investing in our parks. We're talking about funding needs for parks earlier. I just don't want that to disappear into the general fund ether, and it's easy enough for something like that to happen. Okay. Ms. Joy.
Well, and I think the CO proposal is based upon we need to do it now. If it's approved, we will move quickly to go ahead and do all the details that are necessary for issuance and get that done. If there is a bond election that cannot occur until November, And so it's going to be much later, and we can get started on everything else that's in the CO and get it done. I will tell you, we hope to open our substation, Chief Mitchell, out there off of Erskine sometime this fall. We can't get this street done before, but we can do it quickly. We talked to Mr. Franklin last night and kind of turned the heat up on him to say, let's get this done because that is a safety issue. And right now, the way that area is developing from the substation, in order for them to leave, to go to a call, they should pull out on Erskine because to the north is a residential development, and we do not want them driving through that residential development to get out. So it is an immediate need, needs to be done as quickly as possible. Has nothing to do with the fact it's in my district. It's just a need. And it's a terrible road. Terrible. Would you agree with that? Chief?
Both chiefs.
Both chiefs. You got, okay. All right. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Joy. Okay, we will get back to that this evening. We have that on our agenda tonight. As I mentioned earlier, we do have a need for an executive session. However, before we go to that, Mr. Atkinson, would you quickly go over our pulls for tonight, please? Caught you off guard there, didn't I?
My bad. Yes, sir. Glad to go over that.
I've got 7.5, correct?
Item 7.5 is pulled for separate consideration. There will be a staff presentation.
Okay, and then I've got 7.18 will be
Pulled as a recusal
recusal.
for that one, Mayor. Staff will be available if needed. It was not pulled otherwise, other than for the recusal.
That's all I have. Is that correct?
That is
Council?
all I have as
Council,
well.
is that correct? 18, 7.5, 7.18. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. City Council will hold executive session today for the purpose of consulting with city staff regarding pending or contemplated litigation or settlement agreements, and to hold consultation with attorneys under section 5501.071 of the Texas Government Code. To also discuss the purchase, exchange, lease, or value of real property under section 551 of that same 551.072 of that same code. To discuss personnel matters under section 551.074 of that code. To discuss competitive matters of the public power utilities under section 551.086 of the Texas Government Code. And finally, to discuss or deliberate regarding commercial or financial information as it relates to economic development under section 551.087 of the Texas Government Code. It is 2:52. Lubbock City Council is recessed to executive session. Good evening. It's 5:15. I'll call the Lubbock City Council's return from executive session. We welcome you to our meeting. We will call our regular meeting to order after our opening items tonight. We're thankful that you are with us. We will start tonight with an invocation followed by the pledges. My preacher is leading us in prayer tonight, and I can't pronounce his last name very well, but he's promised me grace on that. But Todd Salzwedel moved to Lubbock last summer to lead First United Methodist Church. He's going to open us in prayer. The Mayor Pro Tem is going to lead us in the pledges. If you'd please rise.
Mayor Pope and City Council members, thank you for the opportunity to join you together. And Councilman Christian, I'm a resident of your district. I think so. That's what they tell me. That's what they tell me. I have the same thing when people say that I'm their pastor. Are you sure? Pay attention. Pay attention. I invite you to bow your heads and pray with me. God of justice and mercy, we thank you for this beautiful day and for the gift of life, and mostly for the opportunity to serve the people of our city this day. Help each of us in our different roles to act with character and conviction. Help us to listen to each other and our constituents with understanding and goodwill. Guide our speaking and our listening with charity and restraint. Give each of us a spirit of service and remind us that we are stewards of the authority and responsibility that you have gifted us with to look after the benefit of our entire community. Guide and empower us to be the leaders you and your people need. Help us see the humanity and dignity of those who disagree with us, and to treat all persons with the patience that you continually demonstrate in each of our lives every day. And finally, Father, renew us with the strength of your presence and the joy of helping to build a community that reflects the goodness in all aspects of our lives that you present for us. We ask this as your sons and daughters, confident in your unending grace and mercy, in the mighty name of Jesus Christ. Amen. To the flag of the
Todd, thank you very much. Mayor Pro Tem, thank you. We have one special recognition tonight, and Ms. Joy and I are going to do honors on that. So if you give us just a minute, we're going to walk down front. I'd like to invite the players, coaches, and any other the members of the team of the Lubbock Christian University Lady Chaps National Championship basketball team to come forward, please. Come on up here. Come on, come fill in fill in here. Yeah. Okay, so last Monday, Ms. Joy and I had the great opportunity to join these ladies, their coaches, the students, faculty, administration of Lubbock Christian University on their campus to congratulate them on their third national championship in 6 years. And it's a remarkable team. They're fun to watch play. They play with a lot of the characteristics that you would expect from a team from West Texas, from Lubbock. They play first of all with this amazing amount of intensity and grit. They embody their coach a little bit in that regard. They play with a lot of class, and they win a lot. In fact, they haven't lost at home in a long, long time. So I want Ms. Joy to read the special recognition. Then I want Coach Gomez to talk a little bit about the team and introduce his players. So Latrell, would you do that, please, ma'am?
This is City of Lubbock special recognition. Whereas the Lubbock Christian University Lady Chaparrals, through hard work, dedication, and sacrifice, won the National Collegiate Athletic Association Division II National Championship on March 26, 2021 in Columbus, Ohio against Drury. And whereas this is the Lady Chaparrals' third national title in 6 years of postseason eligibility, and this remarkable 2021 championship team became the first program in NCAA Division II history to complete 2 undefeated seasons with a 22-0 record that allowed LCU to become the 5th program to claim the title in consecutive tournaments and the 5th program to claim at least 3 titles. Whereas the LCU Lady Chaps basketball team and their head coach, Steve Gomez, are to be congratulated for an extraordinary season for a 3rd national championship and for establishing a culture of excellence at Lubbock Christian University, even in the face of adversity during the COVID-19 pandemic. And whereas, in addition to the LCU Lady Chaps team, the entire LCU student body, faculty, staff, and Lady Chaps fans are to be celebrated, honored, and thanked for their faithful enthusiasm and loyal support of this team and of Lubbock Christian University. And whereas it is appropriate to recognize the 2021 NCAA Division II National Champion Lubbock Christian University Lady Chaparrals for bringing distinction, respect, and recognition to their school and to Lubbock, and to recognize the LCU Lady Chaps as we gather to celebrate another successful championship season. Now, therefore, we, the Mayor and City Council of the great city of Lubbock, do declare today, April 5th, 2021, as Lubbock Christian University Lady Chaparral Day in Lubbock, and congratulate the Lady Chaps, Lubbock Christian University, and its student body, alumni, and fans for another historic achievement in this great school's history. Dated this 13th day of April, 2021, signed by Mayor Pope and all the members of the Lubbock City Council. And I want to add to that, Coach Gomez, he is a coach and he embodies all of the attributes you want a coach to have, but he's a good Christian.
Thank you. Yeah. I know y'all have got a long night of business and agenda, and sports really aren't in the big picture, are not that important. I know you got a lot of good business to do, but the community is important. Community is vital. She mentioned the word Christian, which is in our name, Lubbock Christian University. We want to play for Christ first, but also for Lubbock, for our community, because this is such a great community. As Pastor Todd said in his prayer, he talked about community and unity, talked about joy. And that's what this team, I think, really embodies, is a unity and a joy. And so I want to just real quick, I'll introduce you to them, all of them really from this area. So we just want to celebrate these kids. Sydney Salvato is from New Home. Although she's Italian, she's from New Home. Yeah, Lara Mason's from Vega, really Wildorado, but she went to school at Vega. All right. Whitney Cox from Flower Mound, so she's a big city girl, but she's all right. We got Savannah Summerall from Wellington. Macy Maddox from here at Friendship. Her coach is here. All right, glad to see Coach. He didn't come for you, he came for other reasons, so just so you know. Yeah. Audrey Robertson's from down in Kerrville. All right. Her older sister's not here. She's doing an internship at Children's Home, so she's working. Shaylee Stovall from Idalou. I think it's you behind the mask. Briley Winfrey from Canyon High School. We like those Canyon kids. All right. Maddie Turner from Abernathy, Texas. All right. Another one of our seniors. Lainey Burr from Stratford, a few hours away. Ali Schulte from Nazareth. Channing Cunya's from Canyon also. And then Taylor Stevenson's from the Metroplex, Frisco area, all over the place. All right. Coach Self, a lot of you know Coach Self. He's a legend in the Lubbock community, high school basketball, and at Lubbock Christian's been a tremendous mentor and friend to me. And then some of their others couldn't be here, but we just appreciate y'all, your time, the support from the mayor of the city council from Lubbock. What a great place to represent. So hopefully we can continue to honor y'all by the way we play.
Another picture. Coach, get used to this. I wish you also, you're a fantastic pie thrower, we understand.
I left a mark.
I saw the video. I saw the video. It was quite good. Took a little cleanup. Where's the pie? Let's do this again next year.
Thank y'all. Thank you.
You're welcome to stay.
Yeah, yesterday, to celebrate our 100,000 doses of the COVID vaccine, the Mayor Pro Tem and I got pies in our faces, and they picked celebrity pie throwers. And Coach Gomez got the honors with me, and he was a little tougher on me than Catherine Wells was on the Mayor Pro Tem. In fact, he put it in my face, sort of. I have a prominent nose, as you know, and then he sort of twisted it like that. You can watch it all on video. So that's okay. It's 5:28. We'll call the Lubbock City Council to order. Today is Tuesday, the 13th of April, 2021. We're in our regularly scheduled meeting. Meeting's been posted as required by law, and we have a lot to do tonight. So thank you for being here. I'll call the meeting to order. Our first item tonight are citizen comments. Now, we are continuing our policy during COVID of allowing citizens to offer comments in a virtual fashion. And they do that by emailing comments to us prior to a certain time. I think it's 2 o'clock for our regular meetings, and they have to have them in by 10:30 in the morning for work session. And we'll continue down that road for at least the foreseeable future. We have 9 citizens who have emailed comments in. The same guidelines apply to emailed comments as to someone in the room. And that is that you need to keep your comments to 3 minutes. You need to identify yourself when you come forward, your name and your address or the block where you live. We don't have to know exactly where you live if you don't feel comfortable with that. And we'll give you a notice about when you have 30 seconds left in your comments. Now, I know we've got one case tonight, one item tonight that will a number of our folks are here about that. We did the public hearing on that 3 weeks ago at our last meeting. although we likely will call some of you back up tonight when we get to the point of deliberating that case. Okay? That's the promise that it's in the Mayor Pro Tem's district, and that's the promise that he and I, or what he had suggested to me. So we'll begin tonight with Mike McClendon. Mr. McClendon is not here to talk about case 8-6, but he's here to talk about something else. So come forward, Mr. McClendon. Please. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Mark McClendon, I live at 16th and Salem, Mr. Joy's district. I come tonight as working for McDougal Companies, your downtown master developer. Looking through a 60-item agenda, that's a lot of work for you guys tonight. And so thank you for the work that you do. I noticed and counted at least 10 that directly affect or touch on items downtown. So thank you again for your continued consideration of downtown. I'm not going to talk about all 10 in these 3 minutes. I want to touch on 3 in particular. The first is 732, which is a consent agenda item relative to downtown master plan for parking. You'll recall that the downtown master plan update, one of the central planks of that request was a parking study and some parking recommendations. I'm excited that you got during work session to hear from Jeremy Rocha from WGI. I've been very impressed with that consultant and the work that they're going to do. So thank you for that consideration and for that agenda item. I can only build on Robert Taylor's comments during citizens' comments in the work session that's an important part of what we're doing downtown. And I think it's great that we continue to make progress in that regard. Similarly, with item 810, was very encouraged in the prior work sessions discussion of future needs for the inclusion of Broadway and projects downtown. As y'all continue those discussions, again, build on Robert Taylor's comments in the work session earlier, that is an important part of what we're doing. I think in particular, the Broadway project provides the best opportunity for this council to build on those policy items, both in the downtown master plan update and in the comp plan to address issues of connectivity between downtown and the Canyon Lakes and the neighborhoods to the east. I think Broadway is a good opportunity to continue to strengthen those connections. So thank you for your consideration there. I did want to say, I haven't had much conversation about 8-9 with y'all, but it addresses repealing, and I expect temporarily because we're doing the UDC, the public improvement design guidelines for downtown. I'm in favor of that. Those design guidelines have been remarkable mainly for their exception, not for their rule. They are a source of variance and continued friction in trying to address the public space downtown. Many of those recommendations are being built into the UDC, and the downtown master plan update calls for that process to continue. So thank you for that, and I support that item. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. McClendon. We appreciate your being here and your continued advocacy for downtown. Okay, I'm going to go to all of the remainder of the speakers that are inside the dais are on item 8-6, as are, I believe, all of the online. So I'm going to ask Ms. Potts to begin and to read those and read them one at a time and make sure you tell us who we're hearing from. Okay? Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Okay, the first comment tonight is from Jerry and Tina Finley, 3911 127th Street. We would like to be on record as adamantly opposing the zoning change, case 3426, for the following reasons. There are currently apartments, high density, at 1585 in Memphis, south of 1585, and apartments being built at 114th in Memphis, high density. No need for another set of high density apartments at 122nd in Memphis. The aesthetic quality of the neighborhood will invariably go down, along with property values potentially going down. I purchased my home as an investment, not to be devalued by being surrounded by high-density apartment complexes. 3, real potential for higher traffic and higher crime in the area. 4, while LLC appears on the surface to be doing what is the best interest of the land and area, let's be real, it is about money and them saying one thing to the HOA and then doing another. In closing, we are adamantly opposed to this zoning change. I would hope that the council looks at not just what LLC wants, but what its citizens want, and that the council takes this into consideration and votes against the zoning change.
Thank you.
Next up is from Susan Maxey, 3915 125th Street. To whom it may concern, this message is in regard to the possible rezoning area for the high-density housing near Brook Heights neighborhood near 122nd Street and the future Memphis Avenue. 2 words, high density. My issue is in reference to the high-density traffic that would be generated by high-density apartment housing in the area. There is no doubt that an inordinate amount of people and vehicles in this area surrounded by already large-scale commercial properties and with more to come would create a problem with access to residents of this and many other residential communities already here. I am unaware of the plans in the future to pave 122nd Street from Quaker to Indiana or for the pavement of Memphis Avenue from 114th to FM 1585. However, I can't imagine even a 5 or 7 lane road in either case would be enough to alleviate congestion in the area with added population high-density housing would create, much less the soon-to-be construction of Loop 88 that is already expected to contribute some traffic congestion, particularly during its creation. Please take my concerns into consideration when deciding upon these zoning changes. I strongly believe that this would be a decision detrimental to many faithful residential taxpayers and voters in our community, not to mention the safety concerns for the devastating amount of traffic that would ensue. Respectfully, Susan Maxey.
Thank you.
The next one is from Andy Bean. It just says, to whom it may concern, I will be present for tomorrow for zone case 3426 to comment. I will withhold my comments until discussion comes up on agenda item 8.6. Best regards, Andy Bean.
And Mr. Bean's in the audience, is here tonight, and I think he's also signed up to talk, to share that with us publicly, okay, or in person.
Next up is from Stephanie and Curtis Ford, 4111 124th Street. As a lifelong Lubbock resident and living in Brook Heights for almost 10 years, my husband and I are completely against the rezoning that has been proposed in P&Z case number 3426. Please consider that there is already a high-density apartment in our area, and adding another will put the homes in Brook Heights next to 2 high-density apartment districts. Considering a high-density apartment district to our south, development of the outer loop, a high-density apartment district under construction on 114th, and this proposed request for a high-density apartment district to our north, it would compromise the standards of the residential land for this area. Furthermore, having this high-density apartments close together will increase traffic, crime, and cause current single-family properties to decrease in value. This will affect current residents and make a thriving single-family community undesirable. This area is growing at a rapid pace with single-family homes and will continue to grow if given the chance. Sincerely, Stephanie and Curtis Ford.
Please continue.
Next up is from Shirley Christian, 12206 Peoria. I am totally opposed to this zoning request. The neighborhood immediately north is an HOA. It is a nice community. I have a garden home 2 doors from 122nd Street. Several retired folks are neighbors. This will create even more traffic, and who wants a nice home next door to apartments? This zoning request is not in good taste for an upscale neighborhood. I am prior chairman of the Lubbock Chamber of Commerce and very pro-business, but when it comes to putting apartments next door, not in favor. Other areas which are not residential is my request. Please deny the zoning request. Thank you. Shirley Christian.
Thank you.
Next up, this one is from Steel Rain. I am a resident at Brook Heights. I live at 4109 123rd, Lubbock, Texas, 79423. I strongly oppose case number 3426. Bringing a high-density apartment complex to our neighborhood will bring crime to our peaceful area. I purchased a home at Brook Heights thinking that I'm bringing my family to a safe, peaceful, and quiet area. If you put apartments in this area, all of that will be shattered. If you flood an area with people, problems will happen. This is a fact. Apartments complexes only brings about vandalism, theft, loud noise, etc. They also bring excess amounts of trash that will be thrown out in our neighborhood. They also bring about high traffic areas, more vehicles driving around Brook Heights. My family and I recently purchased our home here, but now I'm having second thoughts about the decision we made. If we would have known that the Lubbock Land Company was going to be building apartments so close to our home, we would have bought our house someplace else. Please don't shatter our dream of living peacefully in the Brook Heights neighborhood. We love it here, but now I seriously worry about the safety of my family if these apartments are built so close to our beautiful home. These are just a few reasons why I strongly oppose ordinance 2021-00033 for zone case number 3426. Thank you.
Thank you. Please continue.
Next up is from Chad Mazurik, 3715 118th Street. The fact that I just heard of this issue from a letter on my door left by a considerate neighbor, the seemingly lack of experience or lack of interest in the Lubbock area at building quality homes unless willing to spend a minimum of $500K, neighborhoods with no amenities, no HOA or HOAs willing to wield authority, I tend to distrust the motive or motives and the execution of this move. There seems to be quite a few of these type of developments in Lubbock already, including one directly north of 114th. What is the need for yet another one unless the city is either one, swapping money with developers to realize higher tax revenue while providing limited services to more compact area, two, thinks this type of development can be used to attract major employers looking to relocate, or three, plans to use them as low-income housing to cut back on budget resources elsewhere. It is not that these strategics do not have a place or a time, but they do come with their caveats. I have not seen anything addressing the below to ensure the residents which purchase single-family homes nearby will not be adversely affected. Just because some residents opt to purchase a home within our means instead of attempting to keep up with the Joneses of Oakmont or South Kelsey should not automatically subject us to the whims of the elite that could have an adverse effect on us, financial or otherwise. One, reason the zone change is unnecessary, developer profit versus community, employer, economic, natural resource benefit. Two, architectural design. Three, aesthetic standards or maintenance requirements. Four, public green space designer use. Five, traffic congestion. Six, targeted buyers of the property to ensure proper and consistent management. A, targeted consumer. B, rental rate targets. C, rent stabilization. I'm sure there are numerous points to be made, and I'm hoping there are others with more experience that have taken the opportunity to participate. However, I ask that these issues, along with any other valid points brought to your attention, be formally addressed if not done so already. There are so many facets to governing by a growing city to which I am ignorant, but plead with you to ensure we can trust our community leaders to take an appropriate amount of time for due diligence before moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. You have one more?
Two.
Two more. Okay.
The next one is from William Barrick Harlan and lives at 3713 117th Street. My name is William Barrick Harlan, and I live at 3713 117th Street, and I'm not able to be at the meeting where zone case 3426 will be presented to the council. As a resident in the Hatton Place subdivision, I'm opposed to the zoning change that is proposed. There is already an area zoned for high-density apartments that is currently being built 114th Street in Memphis. And there's also been a change in zone for the area north of 117th Street from single-family residential to multifamily. We purchased our home in this area in April of 2020 with the existing plans for the home surrounding us to be as single-family houses. As a homeowner, my reasoning for opposition to this change of zoning is as follows. One, adjacent land that is classified for high-density apartment or multifamily use as stated in the introductory message. Two, traffic along Memphis Avenue from 114th to 122nd Street will increase, causing congestion and safety concerns. The existing setback from the new construction is close to the road right-of-way, and there is not any room for expansion for the Memphis Avenue to accommodate the ingress-egress traffic from additional high-density zones. This traffic, coupled with the recurrent heavy traffic to and from Laura Bush Middle School, will cause safety issues for those of us living in the area. Three, the values of the homes in the area can be impacted with the addition, high density, and multifamily housing. Four, there will be an impact of the visual aesthetics from our neighborhood. We chose this area specifically due to the fact that there would be single-family homes to be built around us. Please consider the points that I and my fellow Hatton Place neighbors have under consideration and put yourself in our shoes. We have bought real estate in this area and are concerned with not just this zoning case, but others around our neighborhood as well, and how it will impact the safety of our families and friends and the values of our homes. Thank you. William Barrett Carlin. Last written comment. Stacy Cook, 4018 125th Street. To whom it may concern, I am a resident of the Brook Heights neighborhood who is totally against the change in the current zoning to be changed to his density apartments. We relocated from Houston 2 years ago and chose this neighborhood because of the safety and the location. We took our time researching the best place to be in Lubbock, and we knew this was the place we would call home. We have felt safe in our neighborhood. I have seen the steady increase in property values, which makes me feel good about my investment. If you allow yet another high-density apartment complex near our neighborhood, you will be adding to traffic, crime, and lower property values. It would be a disappointment if you allow this change to happen from the original approval. We love our neighborhood, and I, along with our neighbors, want to continue to feel safe here and watch one of our biggest investments continue to grow. Please do not allow this zoning change to take place. Stacy Cook.
Okay, thank you, Courtney. Okay, we have a number of others that are in the room that want to comment on the very same agenda item tonight. We'll start with Chris, I think it's Chris Brunig. Is that correct? That'd be fine. Mr. Weaver, could you? Yes, thank you.
Technology always fails. You have written words in front of you. Okay. Esteemed Councilman, I'm Chris Brunig. I reside at 4109 124th Street here in Lubbock, Texas, in Brook Heights. This variance case, 3426, my response is the variance case request the best use for this land? And is the variance request the best interest of the city of Lubbock and the citizens we are sworn to serve? No is the answer to both of those questions, but there is a possible solution for consideration. Please allow me to explain. Credentialing. Again, I'm Chris Brunig. I'm an honorably retired sergeant from the Lubbock Police Department with over 30 years of servitude to the community and our citizens. Even though I'm retired from law enforcement, I still serve the citizens of Lubbock and care about the welfare of everyone within our community. I've served on the Brook Heights Board of Directors for 5 years, and I reside in the Brook Heights subdivision. I stand opposed to the variance rezoning as it is currently written. Why is the variance request not the best use for this land? The proposed variance change, PVC, goes against the City of Lubbock Master Land Plan, CMLP, which has the land in question planned for the residents and town homes. Hudson Park Apartments is located directly to the north of the PVC and Brook Heights, BH. Hudson Park has 300 apartment units. Stonebridge at Kelsey Park Apartments is located within 250 yards of Brook Heights' southern boundaries. They have 252 apartment units. Both of these apartment complexes are were required and were granted variances in changes in contradiction to the CMLP. Both of these apartment complexes drastically increased the population density in what was planned to be a quiet residential neighborhood. Crest at Copper Apartments, located at 3417 114th Street, has 144 units. Now, the land involved in the proposed variance change, PVC, is directly south of the Hudson Apartments and borders the north of Brook Heights. The entry point for the proposed apartment complex is a small collector street, Memphis Avenue. The apartment complex project is to have at least 250 units. All of these apartment complexes are within 1.5 miles of one another. That is 906 apartment units, all such close proximity, overload the surrounding neighborhood and collector streets. Now add in the Laura Bush location on 118th Street. Those are our 6th and 8th year through 8th grade children riding their bikes in the middle of all this. Yes, our children walking and riding their bicycles on a massively overloaded streets. Would you want to subject your child to such danger? This is a massive safety issue to the citizens of our community, which the council has the ability to stop. With this massive overload of pedestrian vehicle traffic, I can tell you.
Mr. Brunig, you need to wrap your comments up, please.
Okay, wrapped by over 30 years of law enforcement, there's going to be an increase in vehicular traffic and increase in pedestrian traffic, mostly involving children. There'll be increase in crime rates and density, decrease in population valuations, exponentially growing. Now, so this is my most important point key here. We've heard from the others. So what is the best use for the land? This is a suggestion for consideration of council. The area in question is currently transitional property, not zoned. Subdivide the current variance requests, allowing for the small west tract adjacent to 114th to a GO zone. Zone the remaining area as R1. This will decrease the population density while expanding the tax base for the city of Lubbock. This is a win-win for the city and the council. The remainder of that packet is posts on the Facebook for the Brook Heights. The actual 136 votes back in January that showed all opposed to the proposed revisions. And then today's current Brook Heights Facebook post, which shows 106 votes against the zoning change, as it said.
Thank you for your comments tonight.
The
We
rest of that
appreciate
can
you.
be reviewed at your leisure.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next to speak is Will Stevens. Mr. Stevens.
Good evening, council. My name is Will Stevens. I reside at 2318 103rd Street. I'm here to speak in favor of item 8.6. I'm representing AMD Engineering. My boss, Corey Doolin, cannot make it tonight. I just wanted to reiterate one of his major points from our last city council meeting, which is in reference to the density comment that a lot of people will probably make tonight. I just wanted to point out that the density would be comparable to that of residential subdivision if there was no lake, just based on a typical quarter section. So in theory, with the same approximate number of residents, the traffic flow, would be about the same. So that's really my main point. I'll be here if you have any kind of engineering related questions. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stevens. Laurie Key.
Good evening, Mayor.
Evening, Ms. Key.
Councilman. My name is Laurie Key. I reside at 4005 128th Street. I've resided there for 5 years. I'm also a 20-year criminal defense lawyer here in Lubbock. Have owned my own business here for a very long time. Let me just address, first of all, the theory versus reality that Mr. Stevens proposed to you. In theory, that's good, but the reality is there is a lake there and there will not be that property density if you don't build this apartment complex. I took the liberty to look at every square mile south of the loop between Milwaukee and Avenue P and 66th Street and 1585. And what I would tell you my research shows There is 1 square mile that has 5 high-density properties located within it. That is 66 to 82nd, you can all imagine, Milwaukee to Frankfurt. That's the only one with that many in it. What we're proposing and what I've heard tonight is there possibly is a 5th one in the works for the Brooks Heights neighborhood at 117th Street, which I was not aware of until the comments made tonight. And if that is in fact true, this will be the 5th one proposed by the gentleman this evening within the 1 square mile radius of Quaker and Indiana and 114th Street and 1585. It'll be the 2nd low-income, high-density property between 122nd and 135th, all on the same block. Here's what I would encourage all of you to do this evening as you consider this. Think about your 1 square mile residence that you live in. Would you want this, a 4th, possibly 5th, high-density property in your neighborhood? Because if the answer to that is no, then your answer tonight is no. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Key. Andy Bean.
We'll go with that. I can't get rid of all the extras. Good evening, council and mayor. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Andy Bean, Lubbock Land Company, 12203 Quaker Avenue. On December 31st, 2020, Lubbock Land Company applied for a garden office and apartment zoning on the property at the northwest corner of 122nd and Memphis. Since the date of application, we have followed the blueprint we know to work on a zone case of this magnitude with the established residential neighborhoods as adjacent landowners. We have made significant effort meeting with neighbors, volunteering conditions on this zoning, as well as conditions on land we will develop on the adjacent Brook Heights subdivision. As it's been pointed out, and as many of you know, it's imminent that both of these vacant land areas are prime for development, and as previously mentioned, are currently locked by drainage easements that we will solve. We have aligned interest in the area to control our own destiny with the development. As a reminder, we're also the developer of Hatton Place, the half section to the east. So on the screen, the area in blue to the east, it's kind of cut off as Hatton Place. That's that half section. The garden office zoning and the apartment zoning are in black boundaries. You can see the Graco commercial that's already been zoned C3 to the west, and then all the commercial in this quarter section to the north, and the lake that was aforementioned. In lime green is the Brook Heights subdivision. We will be developing the area in gold on the east end. I want to point out that the apartment tract is across from current vacant land and not across from any existing homes. So this is standing on the garden office tract looking at existing homes, and this is standing on the apartment tract looking at the vacant land, which we will develop. I'll get into that a little bit more about how we've collaborated with Brook Heights to get a plan for that land on Brook Heights. Since the first council reading and per the council's request, we've made a valiant effort with the Brook Heights HOA to create and execute a developer agreement that covers our development plans for the apartment, garden office, as well as the remaining 29 acres of Brook Heights subdivision. The HOA has been up and down on the issue, and after believing we had a final draft in hand, ready to sign and deliver to you per your request yesterday afternoon, which you have a copy of, we received an email from the HOA's attorney at 4:30 yesterday that simply stated they would be opposing our zone case tonight and not signing the agreement due to our non-committal to join the future Brook Heights lots into their existing covenants, conditions, and restrictions. The lack of language that would cover their intent and ours has been lost in translation, and as is in relation to the future lots we will develop in Brook Heights being fully incorporated into their HOA. While we have consistently stated we are agreeable to the annexation of future lots into the HOA, we remain certain we do not want the lots that we develop to be held to their covenants, conditions, and restrictions that require HOA architectural review for every set of builder plans, door colors, shrub count, and roof pitch. going to go a little over just as my constituent did. We believe the HOA's
Just
intent
quickly, please.
is to ensure our lots will pay dues into the HOA, which we have committed to, and be able for the HOA to be able to enforce rules on future lot owners, which we've committed to. We've also committed to minimum square footage and concrete paved alleys and rezoning this land that you see across from the apartment tract to R2 to further step down to the single family with townhomes and garden homes. Again, the item in the development agreement causing turmoil is not related to our zone case tonight. We have followed the blueprint and have staff support for tonight's zoning request. We have unanimous approval by Planning and Zoning Commission. We have approval by council at the first reading. We volunteered numerous conditions. We're one of the largest stakeholders in the area and have met numerous times with adjacent landowners, specifically Brook Heights HOA. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bean. Next is Trent Hilliard.
Mr. Mayor, City Council, it's Trent Hilliard from 4006 124th Street. I've spoken before at the last meeting we had on this, and after I left, I wanted to double check and make sure that I was representing more than just myself, being part of the neighborhood of Brook Heights. So I'm the person that went around and put on everybody's door in Brook Heights and a few of the houses there in Hatton Place that are right there on Memphis. Just basically a survey to see who was for and who was against this. Because I thought, well, maybe there's more people against this than what I'm hearing, and I just wanted to see that before I came and spoke tonight. The responses I got, 81 responses, all of which are against this from Brook Heights and those in Hatton Place are affected by this. With that being said, we're just homeowners. You know, we don't have any power. This is the largest investment that most all of us will ever have is our home. And so we take the steps that we feel necessary to protect that. And we start with the HOA and organizing with that group and paying into our HOA with a group that can support us, that can back us and has more of a collective say. So we started with this process through our HOA, and then it went to the zoning committee, and then it went to the zoning committee to the city council. And our plea to y'all is we're just trying to protect our homes. We're following the steps. We're doing what we can, and it's up to y'all to decide tonight if our homes are going to be protected, if our investment's going to be protected, if our community is going to be protected. Many of us are lifelong Lubbock residents, and we love this city, and we want to stay in this city, and we want to support the city, and we've done so and presented our arguments the way that it's structured to be, and we hope that y'all will see that and vote against this zoning change tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hilliard. Next is Dr. Ken Griffith. Good evening.
Good evening. Mr. Mayor, City Council members, my name is Dr. Ken Griffith. My wife and I live at 3915 127th Street. For the last 10 years, I've taught thousands of future doctors and nurses. I've conducted research on many topics. As a teacher and a researcher, my career is driven by data and not opinion. Now, having said that, it is my opinion that my family and our neighbor's property will be adversely impacted by the proposed zoning change. But that's not the reason why I'm here. The reason I'm here is to present data that gives me cause for concern of the health and safety of my neighbors. In my remaining time, I'd like to point out 3 statistics that share a common thread among adults below the age of 26. The first statistic is the renter's profile published by the National Apartment Association. In that profile, the NAA reports that 29% of renters are so-called starting out singles under the age of 26. The NAA also reports that 21% of renters are young adult roommates in the 20 to 30 age bracket. That makes up 50% of all renters, according to the National Apartment Association. Second statistic, as y'all may know, the prefrontal cortex is a region of your brain that is responsible for decision-making. Behavioral, structural, chemical, and pharmacological evidence tells us that the brain continues to develop in this region until individuals are in their mid-20s. Finally, a grave statistic linked to my previous statement. In a 2017 report, the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration published a report ranking Texas in the top 5 most dangerous states for DUIs. That year, the total number of fatal crashes was 3,722. 1,468 of those fatal crashes were DUI related. That's 40%. Sadly, the average age of people involved in those fatal crashes was between the ages of 21 and 24. To keep our neighbors, children, families, and pets safe, I ask that you vote to reject Zone Case 3426. The data suggests that rezoning this area will potentially attract hundreds of individuals with underdeveloped decision-making ability to our safe neighborhood, thereby putting the health and safety of my neighbors at risk. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Griffith. Ross McMillan.
Evening, Council, Mayor. I am here on behalf of Brook Heights HOA. I serve as the president, as I mentioned when we were 3 weeks ago, I believe. I've got a prepared statement that I will endeavor to get through very quickly. Throughout this entire process, the board has operated with the understanding the only possible use for this land would be high-density apartments, as much was stated by Lubbock Land Company, multiple occasions directly and through Lubbock Land's consultant engineers before this very body. Additionally, it was also stated before the P&Z committee by those same parties, also stated to the P&Z committee by those same parties. Several P&Z committee members even seem to agree with this idea, though I cannot attest to their experience or formal training with hydraulics, hydrology, site grading, or geotechnical development. I only mention that because I have some experience with it, but I have no way to go off what they believe. Since this process began, numerous Brook Heights neighbors as well as board members have been told differently by other developers. And I don't say that for the sake of disagreement, but I offer it to point out that when Lubbock Land uses the phrase highest and best use for the land, it's quite likely they're not referring to the highest and best use for the land for Brook Heights, our neighbors at Hatton Place, nor the city in general, but for Lubbock Land Company and their bottom line. While the board has always opposed this, we believe that in the best interest of our neighborhood to negotiate with Lubbock Land and possibly have something to offer our members for consideration. As I stated to this council last month, our charge as an HOA is to represent the majority interest of our neighbors. We took that charge as a duty to consider and address all outcomes, including the approval of the rezoning proposal. After all, even members of the P&Z committee, members appointed by this very council, said in no such terms, this land will be developed. We received direction from the P&Z to see if we could work something out with Lubbock Land, and then the P&Z approved the request to be sent to the council. Our hope was we could have something to bring our members for their vote, but that did not happen. Operating under these assumptions as a board, we felt it in Brook Heights' best interest to enter negotiations that would ensure the continuity and value of our neighborhoods to the best possible ability. If apartments directly adjacent to us were coming, as we'd all been led to believe, our hope was that at least ensure the completion of our neighborhood in the manner we had all been led to believe it would. At one point, I almost felt fortunate that Lubbock Land was also purchasing the additional acreage that is immediately east of our neighborhood. I naively believed that it would offer us a modicum of leverage in negotiating for the proposed rezoning. As we entered negotiations, that seemed to be the aim of Lubbock Land as well. On more than one occasion, via email, electronic video conference with our members, and face-to-face meetings, Lubbock Land reinforced the proposal we offered. They agreed to most of our requests And regarding the garden offices and apartments, they made it clear they intended to develop the remaining 29 acres to our east, include them in our HOA, have them pay dues, meet our restrictions, be rear entry, and have concrete paved outlets. I asked Charlie Hamilton that question directly, and if Lubbock Land would sign that document, and without hesitation, he said yes. We, at no small expense to ourselves, we paid to have that document drafted. They held on to it for 2 weeks, gave it back to us last Wednesday. It said the exact opposite of what we agreed to, essentially. We met with Andy Saturday, myself and 2 other board members, and he addressed our concerns, listened intently. I had a new document Sunday morning, less than 15 hours, with revised language, but the meaning didn't change. I'd like to know why it took them 2 weeks. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McMillan. Next is Mary Jo Legoski. Hope I got the last name right there. Oh, good. All right. Good evening.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council members, for letting me speak tonight. My name is Mary Legoski. My husband and I reside at, pardon me, 3910 126th Street for the last 2 years, and we have come to love Lubbock and love our neighborhood. I'm a licensed psychotherapist in private practice here in Lubbock. I'm also attached to the HOA as the chair of the welcoming committee for all our new members who move into the neighborhood. And as everyone's talking about, Burke Heights has been opposing this high density housing coming in. But from hearing from Lubbock, Lubbock Land Company, LLC, from LLC and from P&Z, we really felt like it was fair because LLC has such a good name and a good reputation that we should work with them and try to come about with some kind of an agreement between the two of us, both parties, the concerns and the needs of both sides. And so we started to do that. We tried to work on developing fair and equitable solutions for that. And I had the privilege of going to many of those meetings. And really the concessions we were working on was just to try to mitigate what you've been hearing: increased crime, lots of traffic, concern for safety for our children, and overrunning amount of kids at Laura Bush Middle School. None of the concessions really benefit us other than to try to mitigate some of those issues. And that was our purpose. So at each of the meetings with LLC, they did agree and assured us that they were in agreement with us and would sign a legal document. So as you heard, Burke Heights paid a lawyer to write up the terms, sent it to the LLC, and after a few weeks, we got it back just recently with different wording that did negate just almost everything we asked for. So here's where I stand. I no longer feel like the word integrity can be attached to LLC. And so I would rather work with any other developer in trying to build whatever we need built in that land. I have serious concerns for the safety of our children because of this. I also feel like if we continue to work with LLC, there's going to be more misrepresentation from them, and I'm afraid more animosity between Burke Heights and LLC, and we don't want that. So I still oppose the zoning, and I thank you for letting me speak very much. Thank you.
Thank you for coming tonight. And finally, Steve Pitts.
Council, thank you for allowing me to speak here. Feel like I walked into a little bit of a lion's den. I've not been a party to any of these discussions. My family and I, pardon me, have owned this land for nearly 100 years. We have tried to sell it in the most responsible way we could. It hasn't always been easy, but I'm pretty proud of it. About 4 years ago, Jordan Wheatley and I had developed property on 114th Street that was met with some opposition. And we were able to tie some conditions to the development, to the zoning case that would have to be adhered to by the developer. And that worked at the time and worked for Orchard Park. And I was hoping that there would be some situation here where we could tie whatever kind of compromises or agreements or conditions that I was of the understanding had been offered. And I'm not representing LLC, I'm representing the Pitts family. And the zoning case has my name on it. And I'm just asking for consideration if that would make a difference to tie any kind of conditions to the zoning. And that's all I've got. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pitts. Okay, that concludes citizen comments. We'll move now to item 6 on our agenda. Item 6 begins on page 71. It's the minutes from our February 24th, 2021 special city council meeting at the Lubbock Economic Development Alliance meeting and our March 9, 2021 regular city council meeting. These were included in our agenda mail out or email. I'd open the floor for a motion to begin consideration.
Move to approve.
Thank you, Ms. Joy. Is there a second? Thank you, Mr. Chidas. Counselor, are there additions or corrections to these minutes? Okay, the minutes, all those in favor of that motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by that same sign? Motion passes 7-0. We'll move to item 7. Item 7 is the consent agenda. It's comprised of items considered to be routine that are enacted by one motion without separate discussion. If the council desires to discuss an item individually, that item is removed from the consent agenda and is considered separately. Tonight, we have 2 such items that will be considered separately, items 7.5 and 7.18. Council, I believe that is correct. Okay. That being the case, I would open the floor for a motion to approve the consent agenda, except or save for items 7.5 and 7.18.
Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Patterson Harris.
I move that we approve items 7.1. I'll get them all down here. Through 7.32 with the exception of item 7.5 and 7.18.
Thank you, Ms. Patterson Harris. Is there a second? Thank you, Mr. Griffith. Okay. Ms. Patterson Harris's motion is to approve the consent agenda as presented, 7.1 through 7.32, save items 7.5 and 7.18. All in favor of that motion, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed by that same sign? Okay, that motion carries 7-0. We'll move now to item 7.5. It's on page 136. In order to begin discussion, is there a motion? Thank you, Mr. Chidas. Is there a second? Thank you, Mr. Christian. Mr. Atkinson.
Thank you, Mayor, City Council. Item 7.5 is coming back to you from a prior meeting. We have Mr. Colby Van Gundy, our Parks Director, available today to talk to you, and also Ms. Brock, if there's any specific questions on the amendment. Colby, if you would, please.
Thank you, Mr. Axton. Mayor, Council, thank you for the opportunity to come back before you again. At the last council meeting, we talked about the park, and the agenda item was an approval of additional funding for the park. Some questions came up about the design that we choose for the fitness playground. Mr. Chidas brought to our attention. So I wanted to just go through a short PowerPoint with you and address some of those needs.
This is Roy, yeah, there it is, Roy Fur Park.
It
Okay.
is. So
Thank
this is a design that we came to with, to council, that Park Hill has done for us. It included a dog park with two, a large and a small area, sand volleyball courts, a fitness playground. Also with the construction that is done on the North Overton district, as far as the sidewalks and the lightings and things to that nature. Attached is the current estimate from Park Hill for construction, and I won't go through those unless you have any specific questions on that part. The very first part, this was the original concept that was done. This was looked at from a stance, and Councilman Chavez had a question: could we bring a swing set in? Could we do something that involved some of the younger children in that concept? And so staff went and looked at when we developed the budget number, we were looking at a playground, a fitness playground, very similar to the one on the screen. That had artificial turf, that had these zones going through. And so what staff was able to do was come back and say, okay, can we keep the same equipment? Can we add a swing set? And can we change that and remain within the budget? And so what we were able to do was reduce the size as far as the square footage, take the AstroTurf, the artificial turf out, and go to a rubberized surface, a pour and play, if you will. And you'll see that in the next video that I'm going to show. And we were able to add the swings to this concept and still remain within the budget that did not affect the overall number of the just under $2 million. So the surfacing that you see here will be the surfacing that we go to. Many of our playgrounds have these. In order for time, I'll stop there at the no reason to go through the entire video there, but I wanted to show that this type of playground is meant for kids from 5 years old up to 12 years old. It does include that it's rated for 13 and older as well. And so wanted to just show that this type of playground was not excluding the younger children. It included them. And so I'll be happy to answer any questions that you have about the facility or any other design aspects.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Van Gundy. Let's go to Mr. Chavez. One.
Thank you, Mayor. Cody, thank you for the presentation. Video is really great. At the last hearing that we had, I think you and I decided we would address some of these issues with LASD, why the playground equipment was closed or locked down. Did you have any conversations with anyone from LASD?
I did. I spoke to the principal at the elementary school there and talked to them. There was a liability issue that they had as far as that they're having some trouble with homeless, the population out there. So their policy was to lock those playgrounds when school was not in use. By no means were we there to try to change that policy, but that's what they had stated in why they locked it down after hours.
Okay, and the conversation was because the possibility of the youth could go onto the playground and use the school equipment. And I also had a conversation with one of the board trustees, and the conversation was identical. You know, it's a liability issue, security, and again, the transient population comes into the conversation. I like what the revised portion of it, bringing the swings back in is great. For the public that did not hear the conversation at the last hearing, you said that the equipment is child-friendly starting at the age of 5. Was that correct?
Yes, sir. Sure.
That hasn't changed either then, right? Okay. Considering the changes, I'm very much in favor of the new revised edition for what it may be worth. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Cody.
Thank you, Mr. Chavez. Ms. Patterson Harris.
I have a quick question, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, ma'am.
The activity items, equipment that was on the video looked a little bit different differently than that's on the actual diagram.
I wanted to stress that those are conceptual designs.
Gotcha.
We will get into the exact pieces. And so to be able to show a video of the exact pieces, I don't have that with kids playing on it and stuff. So the pieces are very similar, and so it was meant for a representation to be able to show that it is available for the kids and younger kids to be able to use that equipment. And so all of the equipment that we would purchase on there is rated from 5 to 12 years old and then 13 plus.
Okay, that was my only thing is I just wanted to make sure that young kids would have the ability to utilize that. They looked like they were having a great time in the video. That's why I was saying that the equipment looked a little bit different. So could there potentially be some differences in that some of the heights of some of the equipment would be more suitable for younger kids? Or are we looking at it all basically being at the size described for older individuals, but it would be accessible for 5 to 12?
I think that the equipment that you have has multiple ways that you can use it. If you look at the way that for instance, what we would consider monkey bars in there's multiple access points for different age groups to be able to access that point at one side. So you would see a side that would have a climbing wall on it, but you also see a monkey bar section where kids can get up to those sections. And so I think every piece that is on there has different levels of difficulty and perceived levels of danger that we want the kids to experience in that sense, but it gives them the ability to use the equipment at their risk level. And so it will allow for someone that wants a smaller use or a 5 or 6 year old to be able to use the same equipment that a 12 or 13 year old could. It's just a different section of the equipment that they would go on.
That's a better description. So I appreciate that, because otherwise, if folks are like me, I go, but you told me that it was going to have this. So I appreciate that information. Thank you.
Yes.
Mr. Christian?
Just a quick question, referring back to what LISD said about liabilities issues. What's our position on liabilities issues for this equipment when it is installed? Will we have a sign there? Will there be something that will satisfy liabilities issues for the city in regards to that equipment as well?
I will defer that to our city attorney.
The state law essentially protects cities from liability, except in very limited situations when they're putting their property out for recreational purposes. So there's no requirement for signage. Just the fact that it's being used for a recreational purpose invokes the state law. It doesn't remove all the liability, but it makes it very difficult to get to a city for liability for recreational purposes. So that's what we rely on.
So I guess just a follow-up question to you, sir, Mr. Weaver. Would that same law apply to the equipment that would be on a school property as well? I'm just trying to figure out what the difference is.
I don't know.
We would have to approach versus us locking ours up at night versus them locking up theirs at night.
Yes, sir. I really can't speak for the school district, and I really couldn't speak, frankly, to the laws that deal with their facilities. So I'm not sure what their motivation is or what they feel like their liability may be. But as I said, the state law protects municipalities from most all liability. It's very difficult, and there's a very high standard to get to a city for negligence on a recreational facility. And so most Texas cities just rely on that state law and the fact that it protects the use of city recreational facilities. And that would apply not just to parks, but to any recreational use across the board that the city is providing. It's much broader than just a park.
I'm sorry, if I would like to follow up a question. So to make sure I understand you, understand your response to my question is the municipalities, but you could not or comment on what it has, if it applies to school district. Is that correct?
Yes, I would need to look at that to give you a completely accurate answer, and I don't want to speculate about that. So I can't speak as to the school district's position or what they're relying upon. But we can rely on the state law as far as that park or any other park as far as liability goes. There's no requirement to put a sign or do anything different than we would do anywhere else for a park like that.
I just ask if you feel comfortable, some of our former school board members that are on here, on council, whether that had ever been discussed when y'all were officials of LISD board. I just think it's kind of interesting that they can lock theirs up, or they're concerned about locking theirs up from a liabilities issue versus us, because I certainly don't want to put a fence around us. So I'm just wondering where they're getting their thought process in regards to liabilities issues and locking that equipment up where we're not going to, and I don't want us to lock ours up. So anyway, that's my last question.
I would just guess that's a campus-based
I'm sorry, Council.
decision.
Go ahead.
And no, it's been so long. We were just talking about that. We think I can't remember if there's any protection there on the school district, so it's hard for me to answer that question. But a lot of the school districts' playgrounds are open. I mean, they're not all locked up. So
I think that's the only one that's locked up.
maybe.
Okay, further discussion on this motion. Okay, so we've got a motion on the floor to approve item 7.5. All those in favor of that motion, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed by that same sign? Okay, motion carries 7-0. Thank you, Mr. Van Gundy. Okay, we'll move now to item 7.18. That's on page 249. I'm going to pass the gavel to Ms. Joy. Mr. Massingale and I both are going to recuse on this one.
Item 7.18, consider a resolution authorizing the mayor to execute amendment number 2 to contract 13449 with Primitive Social LLC for professional services related to the website for downtown Lubbock. Do I hear a motion?
Second.
Hearing no discussion. At this time, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. The motion carries 5-0.
Thank you, Ms. Joy. That concludes the consent agenda. We'll move now to our regular agenda. That's item 8 tonight. It begins with board appointments on page 500. As is our practice at the first council meeting of each quarter, we consider appointments to city boards and commissions. We've divided those boards up, so we only deal with them regularly once a year. And we've got 12 different boards tonight to consider appointments and reappointments to. We'll start tonight with the Animal Services Advisory Board, and we'll start to my far left. Ms. Patterson-Harris, do you have a motion on that board, please?
I do, Mr. Mayor. I move that we reappoint citizens Allison Andrikonis, hope I pronounced that right, and Dr. Taylor Chadden and Lisa Gilliland to be reappointed to the Animal Services Board. And I also move that we, as part of that motion, that we appoint Grant Gerlich as a citizen position.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Patterson Harris. Is there a second to that motion? Thank you, Mr. Massengill. Is there discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by the same sign? Motion carries 7-0. Ms. Patterson Harris, back to you one more time. Do you have a motion on the Audit and Investment Committee?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I do. I move that we reappoint Teresa Clark and Brad Odell to the Audit and Investment Committee.
Thank you, Ms. Patterson Harris, for the motion, Ms. Joy for the second. Council, is there any discussion? Okay, all those in favor of that motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by that same sign? Motion carries 7-0. Mr. Griffith, can I call on you for a motion to the Board of, regarding the Board of Health?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I move to reappoint Dr. Cameron Herring, Paulette Rosnick, and Dejeen Sylvester to the Board of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Griffith, for the motion, Mr. Chidas for the second. Council, is there discussion on that motion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed by that same sign? Motion carries 7-0. Mr. Griffith, can I call on you for a motion to the Capital Improvements Advisory Committee regarding the Capital Improvements Advisory Committee?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Move to reappoint Irene Cantu Franks and Katie Salter to the Capital Improvements Advisory Committee and to also appoint Chris Berry to the Capital Improvements Advisory Committee. I'll second that motion.
Thank you, Mr. Griffith, for the motion, and Mr. Massengill for that second. I might mention that the reappointments both serve as citizens, and that Mr. Berry, if approved, would serve as in the real estate developer builder category. Council, is there discussion on that motion? Okay, all those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed by that same sign? All right, motion carries 7-0. Ms. Joy, can you help us with a motion for the Junk Vehicle Compliance Board?
Move to appoint Margaret Kelly.
Second. Thank you for the motion, Ms. Joy, and the second, Mr. Griffith. Council, is there discussion on the motion to appoint Ms. Margaret Kelly to the Junk Vehicle Compliance Board? Seeing none, all those in favor of that motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed by that same sign? Motion carries 7-0. Ms. Joy, can you help us with a motion regarding reappointments to the Keep Lubbock Beautiful Advisory Committee?
Move to reappoint Valerie Duval, Mary Ann Lawson, and Christine Reed.
Thank you for that motion. Is there a second? Thank you, Mr. Chidas. Is there discussion on Ms. Joy's motion? Okay, all those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed by that same sign? Okay, motion carries 7-0. All right, let's move now to the Lake Allen Henry Board of Appeals. Mr. Massengill, do you have a motion?
Yes, Mayor, I'd make a motion to appoint Christopher Blake Seiler and Krista Jones to the Lake Allen Henry Board of Appeals.
Second.
Thank you for the motion. Mr. Massengill for the second. Ms. Joy, is there any discussion about this motion? All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by that very same sign? All right, motion carries 7-0. Mr. Massengill, can you help us with a motion regarding the Park and Recreation Board?
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to reappoint 3 individuals to the Parks and Recreation Board: Bill Anderson, Jonathan Graves, and Gwen Titus.
Thank you for the motion. Is there a second? Thank you, Mr. Chidis. Council, any discussion on Mr. Massengale's motion? All those in favor of the motion to reappoint 3 members to the Park and Rec Board, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by that same sign? Okay, Mary, that motion carries 7-0. Let's now move to the Public Transit Advisory Board. Mr. Chidis, can you help me with a motion?
Yes, Mayor. I move to reappoint Michael Boyd. I nominate Sandra Chatham and Joanne Lee to the Public Transit Authority Board.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chidis. Thank you, Ms. Joy. Is there discussion on the motion to appoint, reappoint, and appoint to the Public Transit Advisory Board? All those in favor of that motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by the same sign? Motion carries 7-0. Mr. Chidis, can you help us with a motion on the Urban Design Historic Preservation Commission?
Definitely. I move to nominate Lel Williams to the Urban Design and Historic Preservation Commission.
Second.
Thank you for the motion, Mr. Chidis, and second, Mr. Massengale. And that, I would note that's in the builder position as required by the bylaws of that board. Is there discussion? Okay, all those in favor of the motion to appoint Mr. Williams to the Urban Design and Historic Preservation Commission, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed by that same sign? Okay, that motion passes 7-0. 2 more. Mr. Christian, can you help me with a motion regarding the Veterans Advisory Committee?
Yes, be more than happy to. I put Daniel Bays as a new member of that committee and reappoint Clemmy Payne, Gregory Ricks, and Carrie Seam to that Veterans Advisory Committee.
Okay, thank you for the motion, Mr. Christian. Is there a second? Second. Thank you, Mr. Griffith. Is there discussion on Mr. Christian's motion regarding the Veterans Advisory Committee? All those in favor of that motion, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed by the same sign? Motion carries 7-0. Finally, Mr. Christian, can you help us with a motion on the Water Board of Appeals?
Yes, sir. I move to reappoint Greg Cower and Wade Waltersberger to the Water Board of Appeals.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Christian, for the motion. Mr. Chidis for the second. Council, is there discussion on this item? Okay, all those in favor of the motion to reappoint 2 members to the Water Board of Appeals, please say aye. Aye. Any in opposition by that very same sign? Motion carries 7-0. That concludes our board and commission work. Thankful to the city secretary's office and our appointment advisory board for their always great support on that. We'll move now to item 8.2. Item 8.2 is on page 646. It's a public hearing from planning. Before we get started on this, I'd like to invite our Director of Planning, Mr. Brian Isom, to come forward and lay this one out for us, if you would.
So, good evening, Mayor and Council. Brian Isom, Director of Planning, City of Lubbock. Item 8.2 is a public hearing for a disannexation. This disannexation has been requested by Red Canyon Development LLC and is located generally north of Woodrow Road and west of Quaker Avenue. This 5.648 acre tract was originally a portion of an annexation that was passed on February 8th, 2018 with the adoption of ordinance 2018-00023. Staff is available for questions.
Any questions for Mr. Isom?
And I do know the applicant is behind me, so he could have some answers for you as well.
So, Mr. Isom, take us through why we would do a disannexation. It's something that's a bit unusual for us to see something like this. Would you just at a high level explain that to us?
In short, the property owner is choosing to not be part of the city, whether it's that improvements haven't been done or other items. But in this one, I'd have to defer to Mr. Holman as to their real reason behind.
Okay. And we'll probably, I'm sure we'll hear from them in the public hearing, right?
Sir.
Okay. Anything else for Mr. Isom? Thank you, Brian. Local government code requires a public hearing for the city council to consider the disannexation of property. At this time, I will open the public hearing in regard to the de-annexation of an area of approximately 5.648 acres inside the southern city limits of the city of Lubbock, north of Woodrow Road and west of Quaker Avenue. Is there anyone who would like to speak against this de-annexation? Or disannexation, it's actually posted that way. Okay, is there anyone who would like to speak in favor of this action? Evening, Mr. Holman.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm Terry Holman with Hugo Reed and Associates. We're at 1601 Avenue N. I also have Mr. Payne here with me this evening. I can probably explain the backstory on this a little bit and make it a little easier for you to get what we're trying to accomplish. Can I get to this graphic real quick?
You may. Yes.
The one that was in your backup. So.
Is this the one is this what you want right here?
Yes, sir. Yeah,
Okay.
that's great.
Okay.
As Mr. Isom pointed out, this annexation, the large annexation was done a couple of years back. And certainly we're usually in the business of asking for annexation. This is a case where we do need to adjust that back just a touch. So we went through the annexation in 18, and subsequent to that, the developer conveyed a large tract to the Cooper School District. And they had some pretty specific tract shape and tract size requirements. And when we got through that transaction, we realized after the fact that we weren't able to actually fit the actual annexation boundary from the 2018 annexation. So that left sort of a hodgepodge of property south of that proposed school site, which means that we would have developed tracts which are somewhat in and somewhat outside the city limits. So for us and hopefully for you all, it's a cleanup issue with this disannexation. It would then set that city limit boundary at the edge of someone's property, which is the logical place for it to be. With that said, I'd be happy to answer the questions, and Mr. Payne is here as well.
All right, thank you, Mr. Holman. We also, by the way, are monitoring the online version. If we've given certainly citizens, and we've had no one raise their hand to speak on this item. If you're out there and you have an interest on either side of this and you would like to speak, please use the raise your hand function on Zoom to do so. Anyone else that would like to speak in favor of this? Okay. Mr. Payne, good evening.
Good evening, Mayor. Thomas Payne. I reside at 15309 FM 1730, just to the west of the subject tract. Just wanted to mention that when this original annexation was done, the Cooper ISD Second High School was not in the picture at all. And that came into the picture fairly recently. I just want to give you an idea of what this area is going to look like. And this is in conjunction with working with the school, and they're well aware of what we're going to do and in support of the plan to develop the area in front of the school. The school has a 120-foot wide panhandle off of Woodrow Road that enters into the school site, and another one off of Quaker Avenue. The small outlined area on Quaker, just to the north of the city limit line, is South Plains Electric's new power generation station. They're moving across the street because of the Woodrow Road construction work. So the area that's in question will be in front of the school is going to be developed. We're going to construct an 8-foot tall solid fence across the back of this before we sell any of the lots. And the school is going to double side that. It's going to be a Cooper School District charcoal gray color. Their ball fields, baseball field and softball field, will reside just on the other side or the north side of that fence. And on the south side of that fence will be some office, warehouse, enclosed yard kind of developments for which we've got demand for pretty much all of those all the way across there. But they'll be very nice in appearance facing Woodrow Road and enclosed and protected from the backside or the school side. So I just want to give you some idea of what these are going to look like. I'd be happy to answer any questions if you have any.
Thank you, Mr. Payne. Appreciate you being here tonight. Okay, I have no indication that we've gotten anybody online that wants to offer, wants to testify. One more opportunity, one that would like to testify either in favor or in opposition. Okay, I will close the public hearing on item 8.2 and open the floor for a motion to approve this ordinance to de-annex.
Move to approve.
Thank you, Ms. Joy. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Griffith. Council, we have a motion on the floor to approve item 8.2. Is there any discussion on the motion? All right. All those in favor of the motion to approve item 8.2, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Vote by that very same manner. Motion carries 7-0. Okay, thank you, council. We now have a number of second readings on zone cases. Council, if it pleases you, we would have Mr. Isom do a quick overview of these. We know that 8.6 will be considered on its own this evening. But as he goes through these, I would I want you to think about how you'd like to consider the other ones, if we want to consider them individually or in mass. Mr. Isom.
Good evening again. Item 8.3 is zone case 804B, a request by Autry Engineering LLC for Brazos Brothers LLC. The request is to rezone to two-family district R2 from single-family district. Here we show the subject site outline in orange, generally located south of Wabash Street and east of North Cypress Road. Planning and Zoning Commission and the Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval and City Council approved first reading both by unanimous vote. Staff is available for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Isom. Council, any questions on item 8.3? It's be a zone case 0804B. Okay, Mr. Isom, please continue.
Item 8.4 is zone case 2400B. This is a request by Hugo Reed and Associates for Lubbock Quaker Limited. This request is to Apartment Medical District AM from Industrial Park District IDP. Here we show the subject site outlined in orange, located north of Princeton Street and east of North Quaker Avenue. The Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval and the City Council also approved first reading by both unanimous votes.
Thank you, Mr. Isom. Council, any questions on item 8.4, zone case 2400B? Okay, let's move to item 8.5, please, Mr. Isom.
Item 8.5 is zone case 2573R, which is a request by AMD Engineering LLC for North Loop 289 Limited. This is a request, to two-family district R2 from General Retail District C3 and High Density Apartment District A2 at 120 North Slide Road. Here we show the subject site outlined in orange, generally located south of Erskine Street and west of North Slide. The Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval of and the City Council approved first reading both by unanimous votes.
Thank you, Mr. Isom. Council, any questions on item 8.5, zone case 2573R? All right, Mr. Isom, let's move to item 8.6 on page 705.
Item 8.6 is Zone Case 3426, a request by AMD Engineering LLC for Steve Pitts. This request is to High Density Apartment District A2 and Garden Office District GO from Transition District T at 11701 Quaker Avenue. Here we show the subject site outlined in orange. It's located west of Memphis Avenue and north of 122nd Street. We did place at your place tonight one additional letter of opposition that was received by me, as well as the development agreement that was submitted by Mr. Bean. The Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval of this project by unanimous vote, and the City Council approved first reading by a vote of 5 to 2 to 0. With that, staff is available.
Thank you, Mr. Isom. Council, any questions on 8.6 at this moment? Zone case 3426. All right. Mr. Isom, let's move to item 8.7, page 743.
Item 8.7 is Zone Case 3427, which is a request again by AMD Engineering LLC. This one for Wheelhouse Development LLC. The request is to General Retail District C3 from Transition District T. Here we show the subject site outlined in orange, generally located north of 19th Street and east of West Loop 289. The Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval of, and the City Council approved first reading both by unanimous votes. Staff is available for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Isom. Questions, council, on item 8.7, zone case 3427? Okay, thank you, Mr. Isom. Council, do you have any objection to handling cases 8.3, 8.4, 8.5, and 8.7 together?
No objection.
I'd open the floor to a motion to that effect.
Mayor, I'd make a motion to consider zone cases 8.3, 8.4, 8.5, and 8.7 collectively.
Is that a motion to approve, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes,
Okay.
motion to approve.
Okay, we got a motion on the floor and a second from Mr. Chidas. Okay, any discussion, questions for staff, or discussion on the dais? All right. Seeing no discussion, there's a motion on the floor that would approve zone cases 8.3, 8.4, 8.5, and 8.7. All those in favor of that motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by that same sign? Motion carries 7-0. Okay, let's go to item 8.6 now. It's on page 705. To begin discussion, is there a motion?
Move to approve.
Thank you, Mr. Massengill. Is there a second? Second. Thank you, Mr. Chidas. Okay, Mr. Massengill, how would you like to, you've been closest to this. How would you like to proceed on this?
Well, I think Mr. Pitt's testimony,
Maybe you could catch council up if you'd like to, or however you want to do this.
I think it'd probably be best to have all the parties, if they've got any other follow-up questions, briefly to have them make comments. And then I'd like to finish again with any questions that council might have with Mr. Pitts, because Mr. Pitts is the applicant on the case.
I think all the parties would be, that's probably more than what we want. I think maybe a representative from the parties.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
What I was interested in is Mr. McMillan, the president of the HOA, if he had any further comments, Mr. Bean from Lubbock Land, and then, I'm sorry?
The landowner, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well,
Mr.
no,
Pitts would be the
and then Mr. Pitts, the landowner.
Okay.
Lubbock Land, the developer. So I'd start with Mr. McMillan. Do you have any further comments?
I,
And let me just, let's make sure you just catch council up again if you have anything further from what happened from last meeting to this meeting.
yes, sir. And I apologize, when Andy came up during, I'm not totally familiar with council process. When Andy came up, I thought, I was like, all right, well, this is it. So I was sprinting. Let me apologize for that. Yeah, so we were hoping and optimistic that if Lubbock Land was going to develop the apartments as we've been led to believe, as well as what remains to be Brook Heights, our hope was that we could, in addition to getting our members to offer support, our hope was to have assurances that the remainder 29 acres that Lubbock Land is purchasing would be included into our HOA, subject to all of our covenants and restrictions and everything. And that was what on the board we believed we were working towards. As I said, the board paid for and drafted a legal document, sent it to Lubbock Land on March 23rd. We received it back last Wednesday on the 7th. And passing it along to the original attorneys that drafted it, as well as Ms. Key, that happens to be one of our neighbors. They reviewed it independently and came to the same conclusion that that the document as drafted, and I've supplied it to you as well as Councilman Joy, or Councilwoman Joy, pardon me, said the exact opposite of that, essentially. It agreed to what we have in our covenants restrictions, but it did not incorporate the homes into our HOA as requested, and it did not ensure lot size minimums. By not incorporating it into an HOA, it doesn't matter if they pay dues to us or not. We have no recourse other than to sue them. And is anybody suing anybody over $250? Because that would just be woefully irresponsible, in my opinion, as an HOA president. So we had a back and forth. We chatted some with Andy. Myself and two other board members met Saturday evening. Andy took notes and sent a revised document. And as I said, the language was different, but the meaning behind it did not change. And Lori can attest to that. She read both copies of it. Y'all seen both copies of it. I don't know if you've got a chance to read it. I know you'll have very, very busy schedules. So, at that point, I didn't really feel like there was much else to discuss. So that's kind of where we ended up. The board's position at this point is if the council does approve this proposal, and I'm not, Mr. Weaver, I'm not trying to make your life any more difficult. I must insist that the concessions we have discussed and agreed upon with Lubbock Land be tied to the ordinance. And the reason I say that, and this is my personal opinion, obviously, if as citizens, that isn't standard practice for the city, what was the purpose of the P&Z committee? What was the purpose of the countless hours of meetings that we have with Lubbock Land and with one another? I've got a little bitty 2-year-old, and that's time I'm never going to get back. I put her to bed every night, and there's a lot of nights I didn't get to because of this. And so, I would insist that they be tied to the ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McMillan. Mr. Mayor Pro Tem.
Mr. Bean.
Just reiterate what I said earlier, that we've worked in good faith with the HOA many countless hours. Those guys are volunteering, and we appreciate all of their efforts from the start. We have a unique situation where we are coming in as the developer on the remaining 29 acres at Brook Heights, as well as this piece of land that we believe is zoned properly with apartment and garden office zoning. We've had, again, back and forth with the HOA where they've been supportive. And then in the last hour, we lost that support. I believe there's one issue in regards to the intent of being incorporated fully into their covenants and restrictions that can be cleaned up by attorney language. We did offer in the last 48 hours to cover $2,500 of their attorney fees to get this straight. And we were responded to by their attorney that said they will oppose, and their sticking point is that you guys will not fully incorporate into their restrictions. We have listed out the talking points that we are committed to, many of which are covered in their restrictions. The one thing that we do not want to commit to is that they would have architectural review privileges where they want to be able to pick paint colors, roof pitches, landscaping details, number of shrubs, just lots of little details that we would like to maintain optionality for what the market drives at the time, not what their restrictions state that were created in 2011, I believe. So with that, that seems to be why this didn't get done, in my opinion. and I still believe we can get there. You know, we were given an aggressive timeline from first council meeting till now. I think we've both had times when we could have operated quicker on responding back and forth or answering the phone or our attorneys working together. But I do agree with Ross that there's been considerable time, hours, effort, strain on both sides, pressure from homeowners and neighbors. And I will tell you that it's disappointing to hear that our reputation is being challenged as Lubbock Land Company. We are the largest stakeholder in the area with Hatton Place and the millions of dollars we have tied up in Hatton Place, and what we're committing to in this area with the Pitts property as well as the remainder of Brook Heights, and we want to do this right. We do believe, and we have lots of data we've put into this and market demand and engineering reasons why this is highest and best use apartment. And we've heard opposition to the garden office zoning, and I don't think it's worth spending time on that that's a great use for that small tract that's split by the drainage easement that we will be granting. We'll also be able to, as previously mentioned, open up 122nd in Memphis very quickly when we can grant the drainage easements to ourselves, build those roads full width and participate with you guys on that. Really, you know, those collector roads are the width that they're supposed to be to carry traffic in that area. And so when they do become full width and when Loop 88 is built, you know, the traffic's coming whether anything gets built on the Pitts property that remains or not. And those roads will be able to handle that, and we'll make sure of that. So with that, I'm available for any questions or clarifications on why our sides are so far apart or sound like they are. But I would tell you that the things that we've presented to Planning and Zoning Commission and the things we presented at first council reading are in the agreement that we show you. Again, there's a translation and language or verbiage issue on our intent with joining the covenants and restrictions document. We want the Brook Heights HOA to enforce their rules on our lots. We want our lots to pay dues to the association to better the amenities and you know, all the other items that we've put in our agreement. The latest copy that I sent you are item for item what we've been presenting in our chance to show planning and zoning and you guys at first council reading, and mirrors in my mind what we've been working towards collaboratively with the Brook Heights HOA. So thank you for your time and consideration, and I urge you to approve this zone case. Thank you.
Ms. Joy, I think, has a question for you.
I have a
Mr.
question. Who's the record owner of this property that's subject of this zone case?
Okay, there's two different properties. There's the Brook Heights remaining land. Is that what you're asking, or the land that the apartment and garden office is being?
I'm asking about the properties that are part of the request that Mr. Pitts made, his application, who is the record owner of this.
The Pitts family.
They still own the property.
That's right. We're under contract to purchase it.
I understand, but they are not a party to this agreement.
No, ma'am. No, it's between Lubbock Land and Brook Heights HOA.
But I'm
Point of
I'm-
clarification.
Yeah, please. Yeah.
Who owns the 29 acres right now?
Brook Heights LTD. And we're under contract to purchase Brook Heights LTD's remaining 29 acres.
So it's two owners involved.
So this agreement.
Yeah, that's
is
what I'm saying.
again-
Neither of them, as we sit here, is Lubbock Land. It's Mr. Pitts and it's Brook Heights.
Correct, who both landowners are aware of us being under contract and going through this process to acquire zoning, and this this agreement is efforts to start off on the same page with the HOA. Essentially, we don't know if you guys are going to tie conditions to the zoning on Pitts land or not, but this will be here for us as we develop the apartments in the garden office as what we agreed to if there's no conditions tied to the zone case.
Okay.
But I'm confused. It happens often, I'm sure, but this zone case has nothing to do with the Brook Heights, the existing.
Right.
I mean, right? I mean, let's think, that needs to come off the table from our standpoint.
Well, there are just certain requirements that we can make as a council. The people out here can agree to anything they want to outside of what we can do. And I guess what I would like right now is ask Lori Key to come up, since she's looked at it and is a lawyer, and tell me what's the problem.
Before we do that,
with this.
we're going to hear from Mr. Pitts, and then we'll, if
Okay,
if you want to
but-
call Lori up at that
Yeah,
time, we
but
can.
don't leave, Lori.
But I'm Mr. Weaver or Mr. Isom one. We're considering, everything we're considering in this zone case is north of 122nd Street, correct?
That's correct. I think in
So,
part of their private
I mean,
agreement. it
The
is-
discussion about Brook Heights is not, I mean, it's not, I mean, I know it's important to
them.
property owners and a lot of people in the room, but it's not relevant to the decision we're making tonight.
Yeah, everything.
Is that
included
correct?
On your board is, it's actually on the screen right here on the map, if they can pull it back up, but it's north.
I'll put you back on there. Okay.
122nd. Right
There you go.
That is-
Thank you very much. Leave that up if you would, please. Okay. Mr. Pitts.
I guess, Steve, if you would just clarify your point about the conditions as the landowner and what you're agreeable to do if the council sees fit.
I was made aware of about a list of 9 things that the homeowners association had asked for. And in a similar fashion, a few years back, the Orchard Park Homeowners Association had made some requests for Jordan Wheatley and I across 114th Street. And we agreed to every one of them and exceeded most of them. At a minimum, we agreed to every one, and like I say, yeah, and on most of them, we exceeded what the expectation was. And I would just like for the recommendations of the Homeowners Association of Brook Heights that I've seen to be incorporated into the document, that for that to be, for my property to be developed, which is all the property I'm concerned with, nothing north or south, I should say, of 122nd Street. Whatever goes on over there, that's not my, we're getting caught up in the weeds with that. And so I'm just asking that, you know, the 9 things or whatever's legally allowed the city to do with the precedent that was set a few years back. If we can do that, I don't know, but something to that effect.
Okay.
Because they seem to be in favor of it, if I can use that word, providing those requirements be met by the developer.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Pitts. Any questions for Steve while he's up right now? Okay, we'll probably have you back. Mr. Weaver, I think we're familiar. I think at least 6 of us, maybe all 7 of us were on this council when we considered the case that Mr. Pitts just mentioned.
Right.
Talk to us
There's a
about
couple of
what we,
things.
remind us what we can and can't do in a situation like this.
Sure, of course. Thank you, Mayor.
Let me get you on there.
One thing that has changed since that case was considered, the state law has changed. There's a new state law that prohibits a city from regulating a building material that can be used. If it's a legal building material, then it's allowed. And any rule or ordinance the city attempts to enact to regulate that is void under the government code. So that's one thing that's changed. One thing that hasn't changed is that a council is always to bear in mind the public health, safety, and welfare. And conditions can be appropriate if it meets that standard in the council's view. Just because someone is submitting conditions doesn't mean that they are conditions that necessarily accomplish that goal. That's something the council's got to look at individually at each of the conditions. So that standard is the same. It just depends on what the council thinks is a valid condition that meets a public health and safety welfare objective. that may or may not be, the condition may or may not meet that, depending on the council's determination of that. It would be improper for the council just simply to take a list of conditions and say, we're going to put them in an ordinance. Technically, you're abdicating your legislative authority to do that. You're delegating your legislative authority to someone else, not the elected body. That's the technical way to look at it. I'm not trying to make it overly technical, but I'm just trying to illustrate it's an important function that you're doing here. It's a legislative function, and it should be done with a legislative hat on, not necessarily the hat of private parties who are trying to work something out. Maybe they can or they can't. Y'all's role is different. You're a legislative body. And so I'll shut up with that. But those are just some concepts the council might keep in mind as they look at this. And I wanted to make you aware also of that new state law that's going to prohibit you from regulating any type of building material on the outside of a structure. I hope that was somewhat helpful. I can answer any questions that you have.
Okay, council questions for Mr. Weaver on that? Okay. So Ms. Joy, you want to hear from Ms. Key as to her legal thoughts on this?
Well, yes, they've represented that she has compared the agreements. And so I have looked at the agreement.
Yeah, me too.
And I trust that Lori can maybe help us a little bit. I'm sorry, I called you by your first name, Ms. Key.
That's okay.
Ms. Key.
Okay.
Growing up in West Texas, I wouldn't have it any other way.
Okay.
I have had an opportunity to briefly review both agreements that have been presented. One is the one that we have presented to LLC, and it included the concerns of all of the members of our HOA. It included those concerns which the city attorney just talked about in the safety, the quality of life, those sorts of matters that this council actually is supposed to consider as well. With that, I will tell you in the Zoom meeting that our HOA had with LLC some months ago, prior to the Planning and Zoning Committee meeting, I believe. It was very well expressed to them at that time that the concern was we already had one high density property that was approved for low income housing. That one is being at 1585 in Memphis. And our concern was, would they make assurances that they would not do that to this property, that it would strictly be full payment apartments. And they made those assurances to us. If you look at the two proposals that have been placed in front of you, there are a number of items that have been redlined, and I think I got a different copy, meaning mine was handwritten redline and y'all's is, I think, actually digitally redlined. But in those handwritten red lines, what I would note to you is that everything that is omitted, everything that LLC and their attorneys omitted, are the things that address the safety concerns of the members of the HOA. Basically, what we are left with the LLC representation is nothing more than aesthetic. Okay, and that's exactly those things that the city attorney was saying you cannot sit there and tell them to do, but that we can agree to. The aesthetics is the least of the concern of the members of the HOA. I really don't care if there is brick or whatever it's made out of. I really don't care what type of tree is outside the fence line. Those things are not concerning to me regarding the safety of my community, the safety of the children of my community, and the welfare of my community. My concern, and I'm kind of going outside of what you asked me to talk about here, but let me just say, when I mentioned that it's okay for you to call me Laurie, I grew up here and things are supposed to be done still in Lubbock, Texas, with a handshake and looking somebody in the eye. And what I can tell you is with 20 years experience as a criminal defense lawyer, I have very good ability to quickly assess whether or not somebody is being honest and truthful with their purposes and intents. And I've not felt that from day one with these proposals. I don't know LLC. I don't know Mr. Bean. But what I can tell you is what he has presented to you tonight and what he has presented to the HOA at our Zoom meeting and to our board members throughout this entire process is not the same thing.
So that's my question. What is not in this agreement that you're saying should have been, I guess?
I think first and foremost, from my point of view, because I was the one specifically bringing it up at the Zoom meeting, is I do not want this to be low-income housing. First and foremost. If there's any, the other ones that y'all want to discuss, you can let me know. Well, I think what they're asking for right now, though, Chris, is what are the specific things that we put in our proposal that they have taken out? And Mr. McMillan, he can probably speak on that better than I could, if I may.
The specific, so to clarify, ultimately, we're at the mercy of the P&Z that waved this through on a 5-0 with 4 other members abstaining who are builders and developers, but surely there's no sway over other committee members there. And we get to this point and we're looking at it and we're like, okay, our concern is with the land. The purpose of our agreement with Lubbock Land was that we could take this to our members and say, look, we don't like the apartments, but if they're going to happen, because it appears that way, we can use this as a bargaining chip. This is negotiation. We actually have a little bit of leverage in this instance, or we were led to believe that anyway. That was the whole purpose of all the meetings and everything. We were always going to be opposed to it. But if we could take something to our members and say, look, this isn't a bad deal. It's not desirable, but if we can have any sort of input here on the protection of our neighborhood and our community, it's worth a look and it's worth a shot. And that's what we tried to do.
Yeah, I'm going to back up Ms. Joy on this again. And I asked several of you before this meeting, what has been taken out of the agreement?
The homes would not be incorporated into our HOA.
That's not germane to this conversation. Unfortunately, that's an agreement between you and we've got to focus on the zone case.
Well, and so the goal here is for us to be able to offer our support as a neighborhood, right? That would be ideal.
What would be helpful is if you could tell the council what was taken out of the agreement that was written that was a result of the last meeting we had.
But that is in no way related to the remaining acreage of our neighborhood.
Right. We're not making a decision on that. I know that's part of y'all's agreement, but
I understand that completely. And that's what I'm trying to say. If the goal here is harmony and for Lubbock Land to secure the potential for support from our neighborhood, the agreement is what it was going to take. There was no guarantee because we never got to present a document to Lubbock Land. That was the goal of all of it, though.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. McMillan. I think it's important. For me to remind the council and those in the chambers that from our perspective, this is a land use case. We have no ability to tell someone what kind of apartments they're going to build there. We certainly couldn't say they have to, we just can't do that. And the council knows that because we dealt with similar kind of situations. So it's a land use case. Mr. Pitts, would you like to come back, please, sir?
There's clearly been discussion about what was presented before the P&Z, what was read here for the first reading and approved on, had nothing to do with Brook Heights south of 122nd Street. And if I need to make some kind of, assurance that there will not be low-income apartments there, I will. And for whatever LLC has done, I can't apologize for them. They've just been a customer. But I'm not going to stand for low-income apartments being built there. And they may not end up being the buyer if that's the case.
Okay.
Thank you.
That's, once again, that's not our decision. Mr. Pitts could stipulate that in a purchase agreement, I guess, but that's not our decision. Right, Ms. Joy?
That's correct, but I guess what I want to know, and when we approved this on first reading, we kind of made an unlevel playing field. But my hope was that you guys would continue to visit. And so we can put conditions on this zone case. And all of you know what they are because you've spent probably more time with this than some of us have. We all know what those are. But my question is, well, let me preface that. In order for you all to have an agreement outside of this zone case, the HOA for Brook Heights has to approve it. And my understanding is it's not happened. So my question, I guess, is to Mr. Bean, if we should approve this with those conditions that we are able to do, will you continue to negotiate, or will you say, I got what I want and go home?
We'll continue to negotiate. And as I mentioned earlier, this was an aggressive timeline. Ross alluded to some of the timelines that went back and forth where one of us was waiting on the other, or some attorneys didn't pick up their phone because they were in hearings. And as of 48 hours ago, there was, in our mind, one hangup that needed to be fixed by attorneys having a conversation. And at that time, we offered $2,500 to cover the attorney fees because they wanted it to come from their side, or it was in their hands at that time. So again, we offered, it was kind of a race at first to see whose attorney was going to draft the first document. And they asked to do that, and they put it, I mean, to their credit, in our agreement originally that they wanted to draft it and they would pay for it. We would have just as easily started that process, but yes, we will finish what we've started, and I feel like we're really close.
You know, Ms. Patterson Harris and I have real long memories. We have had representations to us in the past that people were going to do certain things and they didn't. We don't forget. So I wish there was a better way to do this. And I will tell you, my problem with the zone case is the density that it creates in that area. And that goes to health, safety, and welfare of the residents. Because of where it is located, some of the businesses that are there that have traffic that is unheard of in some parts of this city, that's my major problem with it. But as long as you guys can work together, you know, we step back. But I do think that those apartments in that location just create more people in an area where we already have a lot of congestion, I'll call it that. So that's my major problem with this. You know, I would prefer to see an R2 there if I had my preferences, whether it be duplexes or garden homes or, you know, whatever. But that's not what's before us tonight. So I guess I'll stop right there.
So Ms. Joy, just on your density piece, so west of this is going to be built at least one restaurant, which has a very popular following on the west side of town. There's a big piece being held there for what could be a very large retailer, maybe large retailer. One could be a building, could be the same size as the Walmart. I don't know that, I mean, seriously, it could be. I don't have any inside knowledge, but I think I'm not so sure how much R2 would be less dense than multifamily. I think the garden office is, I mean, there's a number of examples of similar kind of development of garden office, inside, off of our arterials or even off of collectors. I guess 122nd is a collector here. Is that right, Mr. Atkinson? It is it not? Yeah, it's designed as a collector. I don't know. I just think it's and it's really not, frankly, it's not our job to decide what's highest and best use either, much as we hear that all the time. I think Ms. Patterson-Harris would like to make a comment.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I listened at the initial, the public hearing, and I've listened here tonight, and I've read all the countless emails that I've received, and I've heard the letters that were read. And the concern, I don't believe, it may be from the HOA standpoint, but from the citizens who reside there, has not been so much the property to the east, but the high density, the traffic, and all of the things that can happen in that area. That's what I'm hearing. And that directly relates to the zoning case. So I'm going to take that with me, as I did last time, and hear from the citizens in your concern with that. This is not the first time that I get concerned about so much traffic really impacting areas. And sometimes it gets ignored. So I just wanted to sit that right here and let you know that I've been listening. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Patterson-Harris. Okay. Mr. Chavez.
Thank you, Mayor. I was reading on page 712. It says conformance with comprehensive plan principles of future land use. It says, therefore, the proposed zone change is appropriate for the area and will adhere to the comprehensive plan of the FLUP. Second sentence, conformance with zoning ordinance. The proposed zoning request is in conformance with the zoning ordinances and is appropriate adjacent to other residential uses that are already established. Just want to share some information. Future land use plan. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chavez. Ms. Joy.
The future land use plan calls for R1. I don't think anybody's mentioned that tonight, but that's what it calls for, is R1, which is, I mean, one of the reasons they're here is because right now it's T for transition, but the future land use plan says R1. Want to say something? I'll have to come up here.
I agree with your concerns about the safety and the citizens and the high density. From law enforcement of 30 years, I can tell you that that is an issue in Lubbock in certain places. I think we can all agree to that. That was why my presentation was pointed towards the high density issues and the possible solutions there too. I'm fine with the garden offices. I can't speak for the other members in Brook Heights. Garden officers don't bring a lot of traffic in. The high density products right there, when you have two small collector streets, Memphis and 122nd Street, those are small collector streets. And you admitted that we're going to have, Mayor, probably a lot more high density restaurants and businesses coming in there. So it's going to be flooded even more. You have Laura Bush Middle School just across the street where children are going to be riding their bikes and walking all up through these collector streets. And here we're thinking about intensifying the traffic in an already overcrowded area. That is remiss of council. And I don't mean to be rude, but this is your chance. As Mr. Trent said earlier, you're our last safety net to help save this area of Lubbock. And once this goes through, if it goes through, it's there forever. And it's only going to exponentially get worse. If y'all allow this variance to go through, I concur, R1 with Ms. Joy's recommendation on R1 in the planning. And my proposal said R2, which was the townhomes. But we've got to get something to lower the traffic in that area already, not add to it. That's my.
So, Mr. Bruning, I have a question for you. So with that statement, I guess you wouldn't be supportive of the other commercial that's imminent to come onto Quaker and everything, I guess we would say south of Academy.
That's already done. I can't control the zoning that's
There's a
changed
lot
now.
more space still to develop though, that is adjacent to all of this.
Anything that is over on that side that you're discussing there, Mr. Maskill, it at least accesses Quaker Avenue, which is a much larger thoroughfare. It's not dumping out onto a commuter street.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, let's, council, let's figure out how we're going to move forward on this. We've got a motion and a second on the floor to consider this. Mr. Masco, you've probably got the most vested interest in this. It's your district. You've been most involved. How do you suggest we go forward?
Well, I know there's information on the dais to amend. There are the conditions. I don't have them in front of me. I don't have those conditions, but I know Ms. Joy does. I'd be willing to make an amendment. Thank you, Ms. Joy. To the original motion that the following conditions be included into the ordinance. That the primary entrance to the apartment tract shall be located on Memphis Avenue, south of 116th Street and north of 122nd Street. That the apartment buildings contiguous to the north side of 122nd Street shall be no taller than 2 stories. That the development of the apartment tract located adjacent to 122nd Street will include a sidewalk that shall be constructed in accordance with the City Code of Ordinances and shall run parallel along 122nd Street. Trees of the same species that shall be located no further than 40 feet apart, and at the time of planting, such trees shall have a diameter of at least 3 inches, measured 1 foot above the ground. And finally, a fence constructed on the property line along the north side of 122nd Street, and such fence should be at least 7 feet in height and have pickets joined together that are approximately 1/4 inch apart, and the fence will contain masonry columns.
So are you offering that as an amendment to your motion,
I
Mr.
did.
Massingill?
That was.
Okay,
So that is an amendment to my.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Griffith. Okay,
So what we've done is essentially included everything that's legally possible to include from the standpoint of conditions from the list that was submitted to us from the HOA and tie it to the zone case. Okay?
Mr. Weaver, you're good with that amendment?
Yes, that amendment will be fine. Again, it's a council decision as to what is a public health and safety issue.
Right, but
Yes.
we're not getting out of,
No, sir.
I think you can find where those would all
Yes,
fall
sir.
inside of that.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Discussion on the amendment. I'm sorry, Shay, I couldn't see your. Yeah,
That's okay. I
yeah,
just
Ms.
hit it.
Patterson Harris, yes.
And I know you've asked for discussion here, but I'm still, we still have folks that this just got stuck in their face just now. But it's not a huge difference from what was already proposed. So I don't know how we deal with that, but that's just my take on it.
Fair statement. So, Mr. Massengale, this is once again, once you go back through, I know you and Ms. Joy had a meeting earlier today, but once you go back through the genesis of where this came from.
Well, the genesis would be the original, I can't remember however many points that we were handed by the HOA.
9, I believe.
9 points at our last meeting. Not all of those conditions can be included in an ordinance on this case. This doesn't preclude the parties from still getting together and continuing to work on their own agreements. But again, and I'll summarize, this takes care of the entrance that was one of the requests. It takes care of the height, which was one of the requests of the HOA. And it addresses how 122nd Street will look bordering the apartments. I know there are other issues. We can't tie playgrounds and that type of stuff into this ordinance, but these are the ones that we can to try to help move to a compromise on this zone case.
And it would be possible that Mr. Pitts in his sale agreement with Lubbock Land Company could could have restrictions that we could not consider.
That's correct. I believe they could work those things out in a purchase agreement like he's talked about.
Well, that's pretty much what I had suggested, was that tie anything you can. Do I need to come up?
Please, sir, if you would, Steve.
Tie anything that the city can legally to the zone case to be enforced. And then the rest of the list would be tied to the sale of the property and enforceable by the sale of the property, passed with the property. I'm not sure what the
Right,
legal
conveyance,
is.
right.
I had no plans of being here until just a few hours
Understood.
ago.
Sure.
We're glad you're here.
Anyway, I don't know if that makes sense or not, but
Okay, let's have Mr. Bean come up for a minute. Let's have him talk about that. So Andy, what are your thoughts about, first of all, the amendment? It seems like the amendment would be, you guys would be amenable to that based upon what you've told us before. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Anything else then would be part of a negotiation between you and Lubbock Land and the Pitts family?
I mean, we're open to amending our contract with Steve if he wants to add some conditions that you guys missed.
Or that we couldn't include. I would hate to say missed. I'd say we're going to try to make sure that we walk a straight line and don't get it on the other side of the state code on this. Okay. Thank you. Mr. Hilliard, you've been persistent. I don't want to call everybody back up, but I'm gonna give you a chance here just because your persistence, Coach.
I just wanted it to go on record, and we appreciate Councilwoman Patterson Harris on this, that the residents of Brook Heights are 100% against this in the apartment. All the conditions and all the things that are being discussed here were based on the scare tactics of this is what's going to happen if you don't agree with us. If you don't make these conditions, we're buying this east side over here and all of this, those things that we can't, discuss or aren't part of this. What is part of this is that, do we change the zoning or not? And I just want to make sure that it's on record that every resident that has been surveyed on a Facebook app last night, every resident responded to the survey that I put on each one of their doors said, we are opposed. And so anything that is done today that does that is against what all of the residents are wanting. Thank you.
Thank you again. Mr. Isom, would you come up for a minute, please? So when you go, if someone were to, let's focus on what's north of, on Memphis, what's north of this zoning case.
Mhm.
What's going on out there? Describe for us. We know that the northwest of this, hard northwest, is across the Playa Lake is where the Walmart is on that hard corner.
Mhm.
Remind us what's being, has been or is being constructed. I think it's complete. I think it's all finished now. Is it?
It's not finished, but it's moving at a very quick pace.
Remind us what's there.
So right next, or I believe that's right behind Walmart, you can see the self-storage facility that Jordan Wheatley developed with Mr. Pitts. And then adjacent to that, at the hard corner of Memphis and 130th Street on the southwest side is a multifamily development. I don't know the number of units. 114, sorry. Is a multifamily project that's under development. Between there and this piece, I believe there's some vacant property. I know there's some drainage easements going back and forth, but there is a little bit of vacant area in between this project.
Okay, thank you. And that's what, I think that was part of Ms. Key's point earlier about the multifamily part. When we had it seems to me like the more contentious zone case we had on 104, on the two projects that Mr. Isom just spoke of was the self-storage. Isn't that correct? Yeah.
Well, wasn't self-storage combined with that apartment zone? Or is it just?
I thought we did them separate.
We did them separately?
I believe they all came together.
Did they come together?
Ordinance kind of
Okay.
addresses each piece on its own.
Okay, all right. Sure.
We have one more point.
Sure, Steve, come forward. You're the star of the show tonight, Mr. Pitts.
Do what?
You're the star of the show tonight.
Didn't
Yeah.
intend that at all when I got up this morning. Could I, since AMD represents us as well, could I ask Will to come up and address the density thing? Because it's my understanding that limiting the height of the apartments to 2-story is actually something that accommodates the density situation. It's not going to be a 5-story apartment over there. And I don't know.
I think we're open to that.
Allow
Mr. Stevens.
So I think just to answer Mr. Pitt's question, my original statement about the density was just some assumptions and some math that we did. And so just based on the acreage, we just assumed 250 units at 2.5 residents per unit. And that's about 625 total persons. And then if you take the acreage, 43 acres, 5 houses per acre approximately, at a 3.2 residents per house is about 690 persons. So that's kind of an apples to apples way to kind of compare total residents. And Mr. Pitts is right, is if you lower the height requirement, you could, that could be a little bit lower. That unit, that 2.5, persons or unit, persons per unit is an assumption as well. But I think it's also worth noting that, the argument about the traffic, the development directly to the west of the Garden office is zoned commercial, I believe, currently. And I have kind of indirectly seen some site plans. I think it could be argued that development, if it does have, which I've seen some early site plans on that having some driveways off of 122nd, and that's kind of would more directly impact, I think, this subdivision than this apartment complex being on this southeast corner of this quarter section. And then again, having the main entrance off Memphis, I think that's gonna also alleviate some of those traffic concerns directly on 122nd Street. And Andy made some points about the drainage easements. Those are also just another piece to this puzzle. I mean, I think about this southeast corner, this quarter section as the last puzzle piece to this, you know, and I think it fits perfectly. I think it's a great buffer between, you know, the residential to the east of Memphis and the south, you know, a buffer between the residential and the kind of more dense commercial to the west. So I hope that answered the question. You know, I kind of rambled there at the end, but.
I think Ms. Joy may have a question for you.
Yes, as I read this, the limitation on 2 stories is just on one side.
Right, along 122nd Street. yes,
Along
ma'am.
122nd Street. That doesn't mean that interiorly that you could do more stories, correct?
Say, yeah, I believe so. That's
And we don't have a
fair to
site
say.
plan.
Right. I guess kind of too early to kind of get a site plan like that in front of you guys, but
You did your numbers, again, your density numbers for the multifamily based on what? I know
So-
the 2.5,
so
but
2.5 people per unit, right? So,
Right.
and 250 units for this piece of land. And so that's how I got that 625 total
so
persons.
that would be some 2-story and some 3-story is what that,
Right.
maybe even
And
some
that-
1-story.
And that 2.5, again, I'm trying to compare apples to apples between residential and commercial or apartments, excuse me. So that's why I tried to say the density could be comparable, you know, with these conditions, especially in the drainage easement on each side of this property. So I'd be happy to answer any more questions.
Anything else from Mr. Stevens? Okay, thank you, Will. Appreciate it.
Of course.
Mr. McMillan.
Very briefly.
Yeah, we're gonna tie a bow on this one after this, Mr. McMillan. You got the
Thank you.
last word.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Respectfully, I really don't like speaking out of my sphere of experience. For those of y'all that don't know, I'm a textile engineer. I would vehemently disagree with Mr. Stevens' assessment that basically what traffic's going to do when they pull out on Memphis, they're going to make a right, they're going to make another right, and then they're going to make another right to get out to Quaker, at least until the city installs a signal at 114th Street. Now, I know we're at the early stages of PS&E on that development because I believe the city's using grant money, so TxDOT will be handling the inspection of that job. I don't know if I saw a signal called for at 114th in Memphis. Is there?
Yeah,
That's
in the plan.
That's good.
Yeah.
So where are we? We're at 30% PS&E, I believe. So we're 4,
Now you're talking.
4 or 5 years out still.
No, Jeff, what's the timing on that one? The Memphis to Indiana part of 114th.
23, FY 23.
23. Yeah. Okay. So pretty soon. Thank you.
All righty. I appreciate it.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. McMillan. Yes. Okay, so council, we've got an amended motion on the floor. Right? We've got an amendment to the motion. We'd have to consider that first. So is there any further discussion on the amendment? I think all this discussion's been somewhat pursuant to related to the amendment. Is there further discussion on the amendment?
All I had to
Ms.
to
Joy.
add was, I still have an issue with the density. I also have an issue with the fact that the comp plan says it's R1, and I've seen enough of these cases to know that people can explain that away. They'll say, well, there's this reason or that reason. Doesn't change my opinion. I don't think I can support even with the amendment.
Thank you, Ms. Joy. Other discussion, comments from council? Okay, we have we'll do this by a show of hands. So we have a motion on the floor we have an amendment on the floor to Mr. Massigo's original motion. So those in favor of the amendment, please raise your hand. Okay, that amendment carries 5-2. So now we have an amended motion, right? Okay. Is there further discussion on the amended motion? I'm sorry.
Why aren't we voting on here?
We can vote on here if you want to. Just easier to just sort of. Mainly because I forget how to do it every time. If you want to know the truth.
I thought they could see it.
Okay, we'll do it. We'll vote. We'll go. Let me go back and should come up momentarily. Okay. We'll use our voting system. We're going to, since we didn't get the nays on that, we'll go back and ask for the yeses on the amendment. All those in favor? And then also those of you that would, we got somebody, looks like we're waiting on one vote. Okay, the motion carries 5-2. All right. All right. Okay, now we have an amended motion. Tells me it passed. You see that it's flashing there. It tells us it passed. Okay, we have an amended motion on the floor. Is there further discussion on that amended motion? Okay, that amended motion would approve this zone case with the conditions that were added as a part of the amendment. All right. Okay, we'll use the same. Looks like we got a software update trying to come in. Okay, all those in favor of that the amended motion, please chart your vote, and those against it do the same, please. Okay, the ordinance carries. The amended ordinance carries 5-2. We'll move now to item 8.8. 8.8 is on page 765. Wow. In order to begin discussion on 8.8, is there a motion?
Move to approve.
Thank you, Mr. Massigo. Is there a second? We got a motion and a second on 8.8. Mr. Isom, please brief us on this.
Item 8.8 is a resolution that would approve and grant a variance from the applicable 300-foot minimum distance provisions of the City of Lubbock Ordinance 2009-0060 for an alcohol beverage permit for R12. The applicant, J.R. Bird, is requesting a mixed beverage permit, mixed beverage late hours permit, local and food and beverage certificate for a restaurant at this location. We did notify Texas Tech University, however, we have not heard back.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Isom. Council, any questions for Mr. Isom? Mr. Isom, is it correct that this is the third time we've seen this case?
I believe so. This is the same applicant, just the name of the location is different, as well as I believe the business type that they're requesting is different.
What's the difference in remind us what's the difference in the business type?
I believe the way it was described at the first hearing was a shot bar. Now they're requesting to become a restaurant. So there's a difference between the bar and the restaurant.
Shot bar and a restaurant. Okay.
Are they requesting to become a restaurant, or are they saying they are a restaurant?
They're what they're saying on their application is that they would become a restaurant. They would be a restaurant, and that these are the beverage permits that they're requesting the variance from. Or these are the beverage permits that they're requesting in association with the
Well,
restaurant.
the application, when it says what kind of business is it, they say it's a restaurant.
Yes, it said it was a restaurant.
So that's what I'm asking. Is it already a restaurant?
I'm not sure if it's already a restaurant or how they're operating currently.
We'll have the applicant come forward and answer that question. Thank you, Mr. Isom.
Good evening, council. I hope not to take as much time as the last one, but I'm free to answer any questions. Ms. Joy, to your question, there's not an establishment at this point, so there's not a restaurant nor a bar. We followed the appropriate documents that will establish that our sales will be, according to TABC regulations, more than 51% non-alcohol and beer.
Okay.
So we then would be a restaurant by TABC regulations.
Does that mean you're going to have a kitchen and food prep? Or, because I know during the pandemic, you all brought in catered in food.
Correct. That is correct, ma'am. We do have a kitchen. So we've already been approved by all city, health, fire marshals. All approvals have been made and the kitchen was in place. So to back up, I came in front of, I personally didn't. I think JR came. COVID had happened. There's obviously been issues. So we kind of tabled this, put it at the back seat. Now we're starting to get back open. We got football season coming, tech's coming. So the restaurant was already built. The kitchen was in there. Everything was there. We've just now changed, obviously, TABC regulations. You had to have 51% or more non-alcohol. So that's what we're going with. But the restaurant's still in play. We've now since added what I'm going to call is a Vegas style oxygen bar. So it's oxygen, it's air that we have built. It's in the bar, in the seating area. There will be what I'm going to call nose pieces. Those are disposable. Nobody will reuse any nose pieces. This has been turned into now essentially kind of a spill off of the lines on Broadway. I know Mr. Massengill has a business down there. Business comes and goes with Depot. We're always in competition. And so we've just created another entity, an avenue for the Texas Tech children to Texas Tech students to come down to Broadway and hang out and create relationships. I don't know if the lady I'd sent them to, but I had gotten signatures from local businesses around there that voiced their approval of this. There were some that wanted to come here and I told them I didn't think it was necessary at this time, but there are voices if anybody would like to hear them. Once again, back to your question, ma'am, it is a restaurant and there is a kitchen in place as we speak.
Did you tell us who you are and I just missed it? And where
My
you
name is
live?
Chase Dietrich and I'm a representative
You're who?
of Chase Dietrich.
Mr. Dietrich, the business has been operating, they're using some ability, I guess, in the alcoholic beverage code. The business has been operating, not every night, but it's open, I think, on the weekends. I've seen it open.
Let me stop you.
Yeah, okay.
R12 has not been open in over a year.
Okay.
Since I came in front of y'all last time, R12 there's been nothing there, period. So you might have noticed Raider that is right next to it. There's Mesquite's, Raider, and then R12. But R12 has been, when I say closed, I mean, there's not even a person,
Okay.
a staff member since
Okay.
probably
I'm probably
March
thinking,
last year, maybe.
I'm
Pretty
probably
much
thinking,
COVID, we decided that it was best to not try to do another avenue down there, obviously.
okay, I'm thinking about Raider. That's yours too, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah. And I think Raider's the one maybe you and I were talking about, Mr. Atkinson. Okay. I have no further questions.
Well, we did have some issues with Raider, and some of them had to do with violations. And since you're the same company, I gather, for both, so we just want to be sure that you guys follow all the rules. A lot of students are not old enough to drink. And that was one of your violations at Raider, was underage.
And if I may.
Sure.
At the last meeting, you had voiced that opinion, and I brought some documentation to show that not only do we have Raider, but we also have Mesquite. So there's 2 establishments. And don't quote me on this, but at that time, I had gone back maybe 2 years. So we're talking, this was last year, maybe 18 and 19. And during this period of time, Mesquite and Raider had no more nor any less violations than any other bar or restaurant in that vicinity. So I understand your concerns. And I think Raider had 1 violation, but every bar on that block has had 1 violation in 2 years.
I'm going to tell you what my daddy said. It doesn't matter what everybody else is doing. This is about yours.
Absolutely, ma'am, and I understand. But my point with that is in that time frame, we've had 1 violations, and with 2 locations where there's college kids at a constant coming in, we try our best to catch fake IDs. We are actually the only bar on Broadway that complies with TABC, and they come and do stings at not only Raider, but Mesquite's also on regular basis. And when I say regular basis, probably 4 or 5 times a year. And we welcome that. I purposely set those up with TABC. So I'm doing everything I can to mitigate your concern. And I understand that it's a concern with us too. I'm not purposely trying to serve underage people. But with today's technology, the fake IDs have gone well beyond my capability of catching. So we do welcome TABC to come try to help us with those concerns too.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Dietrich, what kind of food are you going to serve?
I'm going to call it dorm room food, sir. It's going to be pizza rolls, Hot Pockets, things to that nature.
Okay.
What's that? Ramen noodles. There you go.
Popcorn? Popcorn?
That will probably be 1. Popcorn will be free. Popcorn and pretzels are free. Yes, sir.
What's your capacity?
Well, that hasn't been set at this particular time, but based off what I know, we're probably looking at about 65 people.
Thank you.
Two across the street, 1 real close by. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Is there anything else, council? Okay, we've got a motion on the floor to approve item 8.8. All those in favor of that, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed by the same sign? Aye. Motion carries 5-2. Thank you, Mr. Dietrich.
Thank you, council.
Okay, item 8.9 is next. It's on page 777. Let's get a motion. This is a resolution to consider the repeal of the downtown PID standards, which are in place today. It's what Mr. McClendon spoke about earlier. Let's get a motion to begin consideration, and then we'll have Mr. Isom give us a briefing on this.
Move to approve.
Thank you, Mr. Mask. Is there a second? Thank you. Is that you, Mr. Chavez?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chavez, the second. Mr. Isom.
Item 8.9 is a resolution that, if approved, would repeal the downtown public improvement design standards, which were originally adopted in 2012 and have been amended in both 2015 and 2018. This item has come from the ongoing work with our department, with the Unified Development Code, with our consultants and our subcommittee. These public improvements would include, but aren't limited to, brick paving, pedestrian lighting, vehicular lighting, trash receptacles, benches, trees, tree grates. And they do not include the 1999 design standards for the Central Business District. I want to make that distinction that this is not those. This is merely geared towards things that are included in the right of way.
So say that one more time. Yes. Yes.
Do I now?
Say that again, please.
Sorry.
I know you're in a hurry,
Um,
but
These do not include the 1999 design standards, which are geared to the design standards of buildings, things like that. This is the mainly geared towards the public improvement standards, so brick pavers, sidewalks, pedestrian lights, vehicular lights, benches, trash receptacles, et cetera.
Is that it?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I can answer any questions.
Let's start with Ms. Joy.
Mr. Asham, when we were going through that module 3 of the UDC, we realized that it really didn't make a whole lot of sense to continue with those right now. It doesn't mean we're not going to look at those and bring them back. But in the UDC, if we don't have any changes, we'll just have a section dedicated to the downtown public improvement design standards to be supplemented at a later time. Is that my understanding of?
Yes, ma'am, that's
of
correct.
what we were doing? Okay, because it's become very difficult, one, to do those standards, and two, to enforce them. So we're not giving them up forever. We're just saying we're taking them out for now. We will come back and put in some design standards.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
So Ms. Joy, you and Mr. Griffith and Mr. Christian, or that subcommittee that are working on this, what gives you solace that something's not going to come through and it be in the next 6 months that we might regret?
Well, there are a lot of things we may regret in the next 6 months, but we talked about that, what if there is a project and, we don't have any standards. We weren't too terribly concerned about it based upon kind of what, at least the timeline we think we're on to do the UDC.
Can I pop in? Thanks.
Please.
And by the way, I appreciate Ms. Joy and Mr. Christian realizing that we needed to pause this. We've also had the discussion with, as previously brought up by Mr. McClendon, representing the downtown redeveloper. Yes, it's a pause. We know it'll be readdressed. We do not want to handcuff any projects coming forth in downtown. And what we've seen as you go back is that
Exception.
it's all by exception. It's all by exception. So because of that, we felt like it was important that we do this rapidly. And I think it's the right thing to do. Again, Mr. McClendon agrees with us. So he obviously knows some of the projects that are possibles coming into downtown in this interim.
So let me let me just go a little deeper. Let's say that the house, the proponents of the In-Town Inn project receive their house tax credits, and it may not be realistic for them to be able to come to us between now and say November. If we don't get to the UDC till right after budget, then it takes a posting period and then 10 days. So it's realistic that Thanksgiving could be a time frame on that, maybe, plus or minus. Do we go through that just hoping that they operate in good faith?
Yes. Mayor, actually, we do, especially with that particular project. If you can pinpoint that one, we do believe that they will come with great design elements, especially as large a campus as they're going for. But it's not fair to property owners, some that have followed the design standards, and in the middle of the block and on the left and right, their neighbors don't necessarily have to, and we really don't have the capability of enforcement of those design standards the way it's written. So that's, so it's not,
That wasn't mentioned. That wasn't mentioned. It's the first time I've heard that.
I said the enforcement. We didn't have enforcement.
I missed that.
okay. So we think this, from a committee standpoint, we believe this is important to not stop momentum.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Well, and on that in-town ed project, that would have to be the fastest project we have ever seen in this city. I don't think there's any way.
No, it wouldn't have to be the fastest.
Oh,
Go out and look at what Amazon's doing.
well,
I've never seen anybody move that fast.
this is, we have experience with existing buildings.
I'm just giving you a bit of a hard
I
time.
know you are. I know you are.
But I mean, we need to every city employee should drive out there and see what Amazon's doing, and everybody at Texas Tech should too, just to see how fast something can happen. If you really want to put the ingenuity of the American people behind something, it can get done. It's amazing. It's truly amazing.
They don't have to live by the same rules we do.
They have to work with Mr. Isom very closely. They become pen pals, is my understanding. Okay, council, any further discussion on this? All right, we have a motion on the floor to approve item 8.9, resolution on item 8.9. All those in favor of that motion, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed by that same sign? Motion passes 7-0. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Isom. Been quite busy tonight. We appreciate you. Okay, 8:10. Ms. Joy, would you like to offer a substitute on 8:10, please? Or maybe I should go. I think Mr. Griffith's prepared to do this. I'm sorry. As the chairman of our Future Needs Committee, Mr. Griffith, you want to offer this amendment or this substitution?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. This, on 8:10, this resolution, the amendment that we've just passed out to the rest of the council and city management is, I believe, before you, and you may want to, we may want to pause and everyone look at it. A very important part of this is the Exhibit A, which shows our listing from our committee, from the Future Needs Committee, on the projects under consideration. Exhibit A, page 1, is unpaved roads and fire station number 20. Exhibit A, page 2, is arterial roads project lists under consideration.
Okay. And including Broadway. which would be an arterial.
Broadway is listed on A, page 2. Yes, thank you.
Okay, so I think instead of an amendment, because this is so different, I think it'd be more appropriate for you to offer this as a substitute motion. Would you do that?
Yes,
Mr.
please
Griffith?
accept this as the substitute
Okay,
motion.
that's a motion to do that then?
Yes.
Okay, the motion to substitute what's been provided on the dais. Is there a second? Okay, we've got a second from Ms. Joy. Mr. Atkinson, let's sort of run through this from your perspective. You've worked closely with the Future Needs Committee. I think do I have you on there? Yes, you're on.
Yes, sir. Thank
So try to summarize this if you would. I know you worked hard at trying to get this to us in a format where we could consider the work that's been done around future capital needs.
Absolutely, Mayor. Be glad to just walk real briefly through this. We'll start down there where it says now therefore be it resolved. This resolution would accomplish two things on the big picture. Number one, it's an opportunity, should the council choose to do so, to acknowledge and to express its appreciation to the committee for their efforts to date. That's the first clause under that. The second clause, the change, the substitute that was offered to you today, in my mind, is the committee presenting to you, here is this universe. Council, the committee's been in front of you at 4 council meetings. They've continued to work and refine, and they have developed what I think I referred to the committee as a master list. So I'd like to read this one as it's presented, that the committee is encouraged to continue its work, to study and evaluate specific projects, and to report back to the city council its findings and recommendations related thereto as may be appropriate, as set forth in Exhibit A. So Exhibit A, again, as our chair has indicated to you, includes the entirety of the unpaved roads recommended list that was presented during your work session, as well as those alternatives. It also calls out Fire Station number 20. It presents in its entirety the arterial roads list, again, same list as was presented during work session. And it presents Broadway, defined now as those 3 pieces of Broadway, again, as was discussed in the work session. So this is really a chance for the council to acknowledge that this is the project list from which your Future Needs Committee is working, and it continues your instruction to them to maintain those efforts. Be pleased to take any questions you may have.
Okay. Ms. Joy, do you have a question?
Oh.
I just want to make sure. Okay, so in essence, by considering the resolution, we're thanking the work that's been done. We're acknowledging the entirety of the
This is the
project
list.
itself, basically giving it a thumbs up with the idea that some of the work on this will come back to us as the Future Needs Committee continues to work. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Griffith, you're okay, that you're good with that? Is that was the intent of your amendment or the substitute?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Council, questions or comments on that? Mr. Massico.
I guess to clarify, and I think I'm clear on all this this doesn't discuss any funding mechanisms at this point. We're just talking about the scope of the project.
That's correct. We will
Absolutely.
momentarily, we'll come to 811, which will get us to have that discussion. Okay. All right. Okay. So we've got a motion, we've got a substitute motion on the floor. Council's been provided that motion. Mr. Griffith and Mr. Atkinson have explained it in some detail. Is there any further discussion? Okay. All those in favor of item 810 as substituted, please say aye. Any opposed by that same sign? Okay, that motion carries 7-0. Okay, now let's go to now let's go to 811. So I'm going to read the resolution. I'm going to ask Mr. Griffith for a motion, but the resolution says to consider a resolution accepting certain recommendations of the Future Needs Committee and directing the city manager to bring the city council required items to initiate the process of securing funding for said projects through the issuance of certificates of obligation. Now, there are, Mr. Griffith, when he makes the motion, is going to fill in the blanks on the first page of the resolution. Okay, so Mr. Griffith, I'll turn the floor to you.
Thank you, Mayor. In 8.11, with this resolution, the 3 projects that we are offering these 3 items. Number 1, the unpaved roads. Number 2, Fire Station number 20. Number 3 is Erskine from the West City limits to Frankfurt.
So that, let me get, make that, so that you filled in the blanks there and you offered that was be that and a motion to approve. Is that right,
Oh,
Mr. Griffith?
yes, a motion to approve.
Okay, Ms.
obviously.
Patterson-Harris, Ms. Patterson-Harris seconded that.
I just got overexcited about explaining the listing of the
You did a
three.
very good job. Unpaved road. Yeah, you did. Yeah, I noticed. Unpaved roads first, fire station 22nd, and the Erskine West City limits to Frankfurt third.
Yes.
Okay, good. I got it. Okay, so what this, Mr. Atkinson, just to confirm, approval of this resolution would then put you and your team to work, working with financial advisor and bond counsel to begin the process of taking these three pieces of the future needs recommendation and issuing certificates of obligation.
Thank you. That is correct, Mayor, and allow me to elaborate just briefly.
Please.
Should this resolution pass as it is proposed right now, you are voting not to start the formal process of which would be notice of intent on your certificate of obligation. You're instructing me and my staff to get that going. The next step then, should this pass, is you would have an item, imagine it would be at your next city council meeting, and it would be the standard that you are used to seeing anytime you consider a debt issuance. So Mr. Bowles, potentially Mr. Kyle, you would have all of those formal documents necessary, and it would take an affirmative vote then at that point to issue your notice of intent, to issue certificates of obligation. We roll through the next steps of the process and on and on. This is an instruction to me. It is not you filing that notice of intent. That would come at a later meeting.
And this is akin to the way we handled the public safety initiative in December of 17, correct?
Yes, sir.
We voted to support the initiative, much like we just did for this. And then we talked about, in that case, we talked about how to finance the entire piece. In this case, it's just, it's a portion of it.
It's just a
correct?
portion. Yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay, all right. Questions questions? Mr. Griffith, do you have anything further? Okay, any other comments on this one? Okay. All right, so the motion, Mr. Griffith made the motion with the details filled in. Ms. Patterson-Harris seconded that motion. Okay, all those in favor of going forward with this project and with these three projects as detailed in the motion by issuing certificates of obligation, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed by that same sign? Aye. Aye. Motion carries 5-2. Okay. I believe that takes care of our work this evening. Ms. Garza?
Yes, sir, it does.
You sure?
I'm sure.
Okay. Mr. Weaver, you're good? Is certain, absolutely certain. Okay. Council, thank you for 8 full hours today, just of meetings. It's a great day in Lubbock, Texas. It is 8:28 and we are adjourned.